I think of this talk as the mushrooms and evolution talk, and we will rove and scan over that subject, but it arborizes into many other areas of concern. It's not simply a revisioning of anthropology or primatology or evolution. It is all those things, but more importantly, it's a revisioning of those concerns that then carries a political and social implication for the moment, for how we all lead our lives. And it's basically a variation on the hero's journey. And I'm very indebted to a brilliant woman, anthropologist. I've never met her, but her book had a great influence on me, Missia Landau. She recently wrote a book called Narratives of Evolution, and she pointed out something that I think has needed to be pointed out for a long time, which is that science is simply campfire stories in another guise. And you'll see what I mean as I get into this, because I want to tell you a campfire story about a poor but humble primate who came from the fringes of the action, a minor member of the flora and fauna of this planet who embarked on a long and arduous journey into time and had many adventures along the way and had many allies along the way and overcame great challenges to attain the gift difficult to come upon, the grail, if you will, or the self. I mean, all fans of Joseph Campbell are familiar with this metaphor of the hero's journey. And what's interesting is we actually have made that hero's journey. We are, all of us tonight, sons and daughters of the ancestral heroes who overcame drought, glaciation, disease, famine, earthquake, migration, you name it. They didn't drop the ball, and thanks to them, we're here tonight. And normally this is the beginnings of this great journey are completely cloaked in mystery. It's taught in orthodox anthropology courses. No one knows the factors which impel human beings to leave the primate existence in the canopies of the great forests of Africa and to adopt new styles of life in the grasslands, new diets, trading in vegetarianism for being omnivores, trading in a life of fruitarian luxury for a life of hunting, struggle, migration, and natural selection in an extremely harsh environment. I believe that the reason that this seems so mysterious to straight primatologists and anthropologists is because they have been unwilling to look carefully at the role that plants played in this adventure, particularly the role that psychoactive plants may have played, and then, most appropriately for this gathering tonight, the role that certain species of psychoactive mushrooms must have played in this evolutionary adventure. And so tonight I would like to go through it with you in fairly close detail, because I haven't had that many original ideas in my life. And most of what I do is book reviews and regurgitation of other people's ideas. But this one, they handed over to me, and I've been told by evolutionary anthropologists that I'm welcome to it. So, if I don't make the case, who will? And if not now, when? And if not here, where? The great mystery of natural life on this planet is ourselves. We stand out in the natural order of things as something completely unique, unexpected, unpredictable. You could not calculate forward from the pinnacle of the age of mammals some 30,000 years ago. You could not calculate forward to a world such as we have today, a world of enormous cities, globally dispersed, linked instantly by electronic media, a world of art, warfare, neurosis, vision, religious yearning, hope, despair. All of these things are the unique contribution made to reality, existence, if you will, by the existence of the qualities in us which we call humans, which set us aside from the rest of organic existence. I mean, I know that dolphins discuss arcane matters among themselves, and bees dance the directions to the flowers, and animal communications occurs among pack hunting dogs of various sorts. But clearly, we are something of another order. And accounting for this other order of being that is so present in us has been the major concern of both what we call religion and what we call science, in the sense not of physics and chemistry, but of biology, anthropology, and psychology. How to account for the uniqueness of our species, and then the uniqueness that is present as a moment-to-moment fact in each one of us. You have to go back to the origin scenario. Look at the other theories in place, and then look at the possibilities for theory making that are offered if we're willing to include the presence of a psychedelic substance in the experience and diet of early human beings. For several million years, the great apes had been evolving into tighter and tighter niches in the climax tropical rainforests of both the New and Old World. And at a point, it's very difficult to place because it's locked into the gradually shifting dynamics of climate on this planet. These forests began to retreat, they began to diminish because of absence of rainfall over very long periods of time. And we know that many primate lines went extinct at that point. But one primate line, the anthropoid apes, were able to evolve a new lifestyle in the grasslands, which were evolving as the forests retreated. Now, some anthropologists have argued, to my mind very convincingly, that there is no such thing as a natural grassland. That grasslands are caused by fire, human burning. The argument is very easy to understand. It's that all the species of plants you find in the grasslands, you also find in the understory of the forests on the borders of the grasslands, but you don't find, you find only a small number of the forest species represented in the cleared areas. For an evolutionary botanist, this clearly means that the grasslands are extraordinarily recent, wherever they occur all over the earth. And this includes the high-altitude grasslands that are called savannas. I think that the missing link in evolution is probably food. Somebody once accused me of trying to recover the lost history of mankind, and I said, no, simply the lost menu of mankind. Well, what was that menu? And how did it impact upon us? First of all, before we discuss psilocybin mushrooms specifically, I'd like you to think about the ways in which we differ from other primates. We maximize what is called neoteny. Neoteny is this phenomenon in which juvenile characteristics are retained into adulthood. And this is a particularly effective strategy in any situation where you're up against a kind of evolutionary bump in the road or barrier of some sort. Many species show a tendency toward neoteny, but it's very strongly expressed in human beings. For example, our hairlessness. We are like infants. All primates are born pretty much hairless, but we retain this hairlessness throughout life. The ratio of our skull size to body size is an infantile ratio. Compared to other primates, we look like the juvenile form. We never lose that. The extreme length of human childhood and adolescence is a kind of strategy so that a lot of developmental goings-on can occur outside the womb. You probably know that a deer or a calf is able to stand within hours of being born. A human infant, this is something they struggle to acquire in the first 18 months of life. What was it that promoted this neoteny? What was it that promoted our upright gait? What was it that promoted our acquisition of language? This is critical, and I'll talk more about this later. Language is the great divide between us and other species. Where it exists at all as a tendency in other species, it exists as a very rudimentary, unschooled tendency. In us, it has become almost the raison d'etre of our being. Physical evolution ceased in the human species when we began to elaborate languages and the technologies that follow upon them. We have designed a way around the slower than glaciers modification of species that exists, where you have random mutations being acted upon by natural selective forces in the environment, until the invention of epigenetic, meaning non-genetic forms of coding, which means language, dance, theater, myth-telling, so forth and so on. Until that great leap was made, we were as much an animal as any other animal on this planet. So what happened was this. The forests retreated. These environments where food had been very abundant became nutritionally stressed. The diet had to be expanded. The choice was simple: expand your diet or die. Well, now it's interesting. Most animals have a very narrow range of foods which they will accept. This reaches its greatest expression in insects, which some of you may have learned as children, that if you find a caterpillar walking around on the ground and you just put it on the nearest plant, and by chance you chose the wrong plant, it will die rather than eat that plant. Insects are very, very food specific. Most animals are. Now, why is this? You would think that it would be a better strategy to be able to eat a lot of things. The answer is foods are chemically extraordinarily complex. And chemical complexity is another way of saying potentially toxic or mutagenic. And mutation is the undoing of any species or any adaptation. So there's an effort by organisms to avoid isn't a conscious effort. It's enforced by natural selection. There is a tendency to mitigate against animals with broad food tastes because they are exposed to so many mutagens, things which split chromosomes and damage genetic material. However, if you're faced with extinction, your back is already to the wall. You can see the Grim Reaper drawing near. So at that point, expanding diet becomes a perfectly credible strategy for survival. And this is what happened to these formerly arboreal apes, now descended onto the grasslands. They began to experiment with their diet. And in addition to the fruit that they had always eaten, they began to eat insects. They became carnivores. They began to evolve a hunting style. And I've personally observed in Kenya the food testing behavior of baboons. And I assume that it is very much analogous to the food testing behavior that went on in early proto-hominids and early human beings. The baboon will approach something, a potential food source, sniff it, look at it, place it in the mouth, but not swallow, sometimes for as much as a minute, and then either spit it out or swallow a small amount of it and then wait. And then if there's no immediate negative feedback from this, like vomiting or burning throat or constriction of mucus production in the throat or something like that, the food will begin to be accepted. In this grassland, which was nutritionally fairly tightly drawn, there wasn't an overabundance of food supply. There was, however, a parallel evolutionary event going on to the primate evolution. And that was the evolution of various forms of large ungulate mammals, primitive cattle, gazelle-type animals, wildebeests, horned animals, hooved animals of all sorts. And many of these animals had a style of existence in which they congregated in herds. Well, these herds of animals clearly represented the major concrescence or deposit of available protein in this environment. I mean, if you could kill a 200 or 300 pound Bos primitivogensis or something like that, there was more nutrition represented in that than in several hundred acres of the gathering of corns or the raiding of anthills or something like that. So the pressure was intense to become carnivores, to focus on these ungulate mammals, and quite naturally what evolved was a kind of nomadic pastoralism based on following along behind these large herds of animals. The other thing that was happening was there were very large and efficient carnivores on the scene, the equivalent of today's lions and the saber-toothed tiger and the hunting cats of the panther type. And many evolutionary biologists believe that the suppression of our sense of smell has to do with our actually passing through a phase where we predated on carrion. This is not a very pleasant thought, but what we were doing was letting the lions do the work, and then we were coming along with throwing sticks and rocks and things like this, driving the lions and the panthers off these fresh kills, and then eating this available meat. But it was pretty ripe in many cases, so there was pressure to suppress olfactory sensitivity. Now, in fairness to these complex issues, I should tell you that another school believes that it was our bipedal gait. But once we lifted up off our knuckles and literally got our nose off the ground, then there was a kind of atrophication of the olfactory senses. So these two theories compete. But whatever was going on, there was interest in these large herds of ungulate mammals moving across this grassland environment. And a whole host of animals were relating to them as the central source of protein. Not only the large cat predators, but also the wild dogs of many types, up to and including, the great timber wolf that has been extinct since the last glaciation, and then down to dingoes, jackals, hyenas, this sort of thing. So everybody was interested in these large herds of mammals. Well, a consequence of large herds of ungulate mammals are plenty of manure. Anybody who has been around cattle knows this. And here's where we begin to draw the circle of the plot tighter. Because manure, food that has passed through the double stomach of these kinds of animals, is the favorite medium for certain kinds of mushrooms. Mushrooms which are called coprophilic or coprolitic, meaning dung-loving mushrooms. This is the preferred medium for them to carry out their life cycle. And again, based on my observations of baboons in Kenya, I've seen them approach cow pies, is the gentle term for these deposits of fecal material. Approach a cow pie and flip it over. What they're doing is they're looking for grubs, beetles or immature beetle larvae. They understand then that the manure deposit is a vector for insect protein in this environment, and having a limited amount of energy, they look for food in the place where it's likely to be. However, by a marvelous coincidence or superb planning on the part of the extraterrestrials who rule the galaxy, you can sort of choose your poison. The lunatic fringe is not unrepresented. Good. Of which I number myself among them. Yes. So these coprophytic mushrooms, particularly Stropharia cubensis, which is the one that is pandemic, meaning occurs worldwide, I have seen them in the Amazon the size of dinner plates. I mean, you can't miss this thing. It is the most astonishing object in the grassland environment. And after a period of rains, to walk out into a grassland environment and see these things by the dozens and then by the hundreds, and always vectored in on the same cow pies that are of interest to these foraging baboons, you see then that by design or destiny, the mushroom was placed directly in the path of the foraging proto-hominids. Well, and would certainly have been tested for its food value in the same way that I described baboons testing other plants. Well, aside from the fact that Stropharia cubensis contains psilocybin, it is delicious. It is delicious in the fresh form. Well, delicious is just a monkey's way of saying that it's good food. If you find something delicious, you will overrule almost all other signals coming off of it to chow down on it. So the mushroom is delicious. Well, what then are the possible consequences of the inclusion in the human diet of a psychoactive compound like psilocybin? Well, it has three consequences, and I believe that this simple three-stage process answers this supposed unanswerable question about the origin of human cognition and human value systems and language. And it's very simple, it's easy to understand, it doesn't require a leap to faith. Let's hope I can remember. The first consequence of allowing psilocybin into the diet of a foraging, hungry proto-hominid of that type is an increase in visual acuity. I don't think this is widely known. Since psilocybin is called a hallucinogen, people might imagine that, it distorts reality, or you can't see what's really in front of you. Well, that may be true on a dark night on a high dose, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about an animal which is foraging, eating insects, eating roots, eating whatever it finds, and including in that a small amount of randomly contacted psilocybin mushrooms. Roland Fisher, psychologist, physiologist at the National Institute of Health in the early 60s, gave psilocybin to thousands and thousands of people, and he studied the effect of low doses on vision. And he built an experimental apparatus which had two metal bars which were ordinarily in parallel. And by turning a crank out of sight of the graduate student or the person being tested, he could deform the relationship of the bars so that they would slowly slip out of their parallelism and into a skewed mode. And this is very straightforward Psychology 1 perceptual kind of experiment. And he showed very conclusively with thousands of people that on small amounts of psilocybin, people could pick this up much more quickly. They were asked to push a buzzer when they thought that the two bars were no longer parallel. And the people who were very lightly stoned were consistently able to do this, to drop this more efficiently than the people who had been given placebo. And Fisher, who was a kind of unknown himself, said to me about this, he said, so you see, here's a case where taking a drug actually gives you better information about reality than if you hadn't taken a drug. Incontrovertible proof, scientific experiment, beyond argument. And though it may have no consequence if you're dealing with a group of 25 graduate students in a class on perceptual psychology, visual acuity is the thread by which life and death are hung if you are foraging primates in a nutrition-poor environment. If you can't see the food you're looking for, the gentle hand of natural selection is going to quietly move you toward extinction. So, to give you an idea of the power of that chemical in that situation, think of it as chemical binoculars. It doesn't take, you don't have to be a rocket scientist to see that if you're handed a pair of chemical binoculars in a hunting situation, you're going to be a more effective hunter. So on that first level, a level highly unconscious, a level where these proto-hominids are simply trying to get enough to eat, those that were willing to accept psilocybin into their diet had a slightly enhanced probability of survival through enhanced supply of nutrition than those who didn't. This is the first level on which the use of psilocybin would tend to outbreed the population that was not accepting it into the diet. Okay. As we all know, there's more to psilocybin than increased visual acuity. at slightly higher levels, still well below the level of an overt, mind-boggling psychedelic experience, psilocybin causes what's called CNS arousal, central nervous system stimulation. Horniness is another way of putting this, because what CNS arousal is a kind of restlessness, a kind of where's the action mentality, a kind of desire to go out and mix it up a little, and the ability to carry through on that in a fairly convincing style to your partner. In the dry parlance of primatology, we call this increased frequency of copulation. And increased frequency of copulation means increased frequency of impregnation. I don't see how you could have that without the first. I mean, oven basters aside. So, increased frequency of impregnation means more offspring are being born to the population which is accepting the psilocybin into its diet. And more offspring is the key to evolutionary success and to running your evolutionary competitors right off the road into the ditch. That's the key thing. He who out-reproduces his competitors, or she, of course, who out-reproduces competitors is going to find itself the dominant species in a given environment. So there's a two-step process where the first step reinforces the second step. We have more successful hunting, more frequent sexual activity, more food for the offspring, and the offspring are being raised by parents who have already accepted the mushroom as an item of diet and will pass that habit on to their children. So I'm sure, as you can see, it's beginning to push in a certain direction. Well, so fine. Mushroom eating increases the success of proto-hominids, but how does it account for the emergence of the higher functions of the human cerebral cortex? Language, dance, art, poetry, song, symbolic activity of all sorts. What's going on there? Well, it is simply that if we now advance from the slight dose, we've advanced now to the moderate dose. If we now go on and imagine that people enjoy this arousal, this social ambience that attended upon including this item in the diet, there surely would have been reckless souls among them who would have followed Dr. Leary's advice that when in doubt, double the dose, right? Well, when you double the dose, profound things happen which are not easily calculated. Glossolalia is linguistic activity that seems to be not willed by the ego, but that is received from the dynamics and architecture of the organism. And in our society, we're familiar with it as a phenomenon that's been appropriated by Pentecostal Christianity as a of the indwelling spirit. But in fact, this phenomenon occurs in most societies around the world, and most societies associated with an indwelling spirit, whether they be Christian, Muslim, this spontaneous vocalizing language-like activity is seen to be a sign of special characteristics, what anthropologists call election, shamanism, magic, the ability to cast spells, the ability to read stories. It's all tied into language. And this is my personal opinion, but I would bet you, I don't know how you'd ever settle bet, but I would bet you that language existed a long time before meaning, because it is intrinsically some kind of neurological release of the organism, and there can be syntax in the absence of language. As an example, but this is instant art, you see, abstract art, because the human organism is brilliantly wired for small movements. This is something that we can do with very little. I'm the living proof of it. I want to beat you to the punch before someone points this out. Small mouth noises are special province, and with it we convey meaning, we convey emotion, we convey anger, and eventually we recreate the entire world of our life. This is what culture is. Focusing into reality of the structures of human communication through the meaning of language. And it begins as poetry and ends as structural engineering, stage, language sets us apart. And so it seems to me there is a it has to have been a grassland plant. It cannot require any preparation, boiling, or something. We're talking about a level of culture that is more naive than these processes that we're having. So it has to be a common plant, plant in the grassland, plant requiring no preparation other than that you eat it, and then it has to put in place a series of self-reinforcing positive feedback loops that lead to self-reflection. I think this is it. This is where humans came from. And when you realize that the straight people have all themselves since Darwin, their best idea is that it's coordination flowing out. That it's the baseball pitcher who is the highest exemplar of what it is to be a human being. Because as soft-bodied, weak primates, it's very important for us to keep our distance from these large animals as we stomach. You didn't want to get within the sweep of tusk or claw as you were attacking. Well, I'm as fond of the lump cheek hayseed on the mound as anybody else, but I don't see him as the exemplar of humanity's march toward the unspeakable mystery of being. Not when you think about the truly titanic dimensions that are easily accessible to any one of us. And we have 10,000 years of human history, philosophy, art, science, and literature behind us. And when we come up against 5 dry grams in silent darkness, it's as awesome, as appalling, as mind-boggling, and as impossible to process as it must have been for those folks 25, 35, 55,000 years ago. It is a truth. None of our science, none of our language has given us a leg up on understanding that phenomenon. So that was the vector that called us forward. That was the great attraction, that this humble monkey heard the call and set off across the planet's geological time, seeking and finding this tremendous mystery. And I believe that this story has tremendous implications for our own lives, because we are highly dysfunctional as a society. Violence, sexism, racism, classism, linear thinking, reductionism, denial, spirit, all this messes with our heads and our happiness. And I think that it is not necessarily so, but that it is a narrow window for hope. Because I am not suggesting that monkeys may find company back through geological record. The fact of the matter is, male dominance hierarchies occur in primates right back to the squirrel. The primate style is a style of male dominance. But sometime, say 100,000 years ago, let's say 12 or 10,000 years ago, there was a chemical phase. There was an intervention in the ordinary hierarchy forming tendency of these evolving primates, and we actually created not a matriarch, not a shifting of one master for another, but a partnership society. We were actually able, by forming a kind of quasi-symbiotic relationship to these mushrooms, and it was very interesting symbiosis. It was a symbiosis that had photosynthetsis, cattle, grasslands, and mushrooms. It was a three-species, at least three-species symbiosis. We were able to create a partnership style of existence, which is the genesis point of our mix of paradise. This is why we have a nostalgia for paradise, a feeling that we fell into history, that there was once a golden age of balance and gender, reasonable gender dynamics, and community, and religion, not simply moral restriction caused neurosis, but an actual relationship to the living spirit of our life. And this was achieved through philosophy and through the lifestyle that it reinforced, because it's all a three-step process. The psychedelic and the sexual arousal aspect were simply two ends of the same experience. The style of these early nomadic pastoralists was orgiastic, meaning everybody got together at the noon and full moon and flocked together. And these were groups of 70 or 80 small human groups. Now, what this was doing, this tendency toward group sexual activity and orgy promoted by the Satan diet, what it was doing was it was interfering with the tendency to stress male lines of paternity, because you can't know in a society that is institutionalized this, I think, was the main in the aspect of suicide. Get a return back to previous mode of primate organization, which is a turf guarding, territorial, egoistic style. And this is the point I really want to make, that suicide is a kind of inoculation against the formation of ego. It dissolved the primate ego, and it kept it dissolved until factors limited the availability of the suicide, and then this atavistic existence of the ego returned with a tremendous vengeance. So what I think the picture that I'm saying is that the ego, which grows like a calcareous stone or an abnormal growth in a dynamic society, can actually be dissolved by repeated exposure to this boundary dissolving psychedelic concept. Well, so then if things were so wonderful, why didn't it just last forever? Why did it fall into history? What happened? Patriarchy, turf consciousness, warfare, city building, so forth and so on. Well, it's a no-blame story. It's that the very dynamic processes which drove the arboreal apes out of the trees and into this paradisical symbiosis on the grasslands, which lasted 25, 30,000 years, the very forces which created that ambience, which were climatological forces, the drying of the planet, destroyed that equilibrium in paradise because the drying process did not halt. It continued. It accelerated. And as we all know, today the Sahara Desert is one of the most inhospitable climates on Earth. I mean, it's a land of endless sand and fantastic high temperatures, no vegetation whatsoever. Nevertheless, there are archaeological sites out there which are the best evidence for this theory going forward, because in southern Algeria, on the Tassili Plateau, there are rock paintings dated from 12 to 15,000 years old that show shamans with mushrooms sprouting out of their bodies, unambiguous, because they're not simply being held in the hand. In some cases, when a mushroom-like object is held in the hand, and some anthropologists and art historians want to call it a chakra. But what do you do when there are mushrooms sprouting out of the body by the dozens? I mean, it becomes incontrovertible. So the archaeological evidence is there. The primate behavior provides evidence for this. And what happened, I think, is that these orgies, which originally, at the heyday of this partnership society, these group get-togethers were probably at the new and full moon. Well then, as the drying accelerated, they became merely lunar, every 28 days instead of 14 days. And then ultimately seasonal, or associated with only certain areas. The rainfall became sparser, and there became strategies had to be developed then to spread fewer and fewer mushrooms over a wider and wider area. And I believe that we can even speculate, as long as we're loose in the realm of speculation, we might as well go whole hog. I think what probably happened, based on a fairly careful reading of the archaeological record out there, was that honey emerged as a very important part of the story. because you see, if you don't have refrigeration, you can use honey to preserve delicate foods. And to this day, there are parts of Mexico where mushrooms are mixed into honey. They don't decay. It can be used for many months. Now, the problem is that honey itself has the potential to undergo chemical change and turn itself into a psychoactive substance. But a psychoactive substance with a very different source on it. In other words, meat, alcohol, crude alcoholic beverages probably began with fermenting honey and fruit juice. Well, that puts you firmly in the domain of the messed up culture that we're in. Because I told you what the qualities of psilocybin were: promote visual acuity, sexual activity, religious experience, language. What are the qualities of alcohol? What does it do if viewed as a psychedelic drug? Well, it does two things. It lowers sensitivity to social cueing, and it empowers aggressive behavior. In other words, it makes you into a jerk. And, time spent in a busy singles bar on a Friday evening will convince you of the truth of this. And in a way, it's no joke. I mean, I think probably for 1,000 years, nobody got laid in Western civilization unless they were swag. Because, people were so uptight on the Nash, having imbibed this whole monotheistic moral trip, that unless they took a powerful drug which dissolved social inhibitions and empowered aggressive behavior, they weren't able to make a move. How many women can think back to their first sexual imprinting and realize that it occurred in an atmosphere of aggressive use of alcohol? I mean, this is almost the standard model. Maybe not so much anymore, but throughout the first 5 decades of this century, I think that would be a pretty fair statement. So, you see, drugs are like the invisible lenses through which we view reality. And no culture has been without them. It's just cultures accept some and repress others according to their particular cultural values which are trying to be conserved. The reason this is not simply armchair speculation among anthropologists is because we now are the inheritors of a planet which is dying under anesthesia. Our entire cultural crisis is predicated on the fact that we cannot feel or connect with the consequences of our history, that we have behaved very badly, we of the high-tech societies. We have trashed gender relationships. We have trashed Aboriginal societies. We have cut down the rainforest. We have robbed our own children of a future as rich as the future that we expect ourselves to enjoy. There isn't even a name for this sin where you destroy the opportunity of your own children. I mean, no society has been that perverse. And we're doing it under a massive infusion of alcohol laced with monotheistic moral propaganda. Well, what is the antidote to this? Well, it's what I call the archaic revival. It's something that's been going on throughout most of the 20th century, but with increasing depth and urgency. It's that we must reach back into the past, to the last sane moment that we ever knew, and figure out what was going on then, and get with the program and attempt to recover some amount of cultural equilibrium and balance. And I believe that, using broad brush of generalization, we could say all our problems can be traced down to ego. Ego lies behind private property. It lies behind the domination of women by men. It lies behind dollar chasing. It lies behind all of the maladaptive behaviors, the arms race, the whole thing. It lies behind all of the maladaptive behaviors that are pushing us toward planetary toxification and species Armageddon. I'm not advocating a return to the style, the religious style that includes orgy. I mean, I wish I could, but we are not, nomadic pastoralists of 70 individuals. We're a global society of 5 million, 5 billion, shot through with epidemic diseases and contagion and so forth and so on. We can't adapt the orgiastic style on a mass scale without severe social consequences. But we can look back at the use of psilocybin and at least construct a social alternative where small groups of people are using this to diminish ego and build communities of like-minded people and diminish the almighty sense of ego. And psilocybin does this very effectively in two ways. First of all, it dissolves boundaries between people, and another way of saying ego is that I strongly distinguish between you and me. That's what ego tells you, is who you are and how important you are and how you're not her or him or that, you're this. Psilocybin tends to dissolve that language-reinforced misperception. And the other thing it does is it shows you that behind your eyebrows is a world richer by far than any of the crap that's being peddled on Rodeo Drive or Fifth Avenue in New York City or anywhere else. In other words, it shows you the pathetic nature of materialism by reintroducing you to the reality of the spirit, not as a religious abstraction that is used to beat you over the head to follow somebody's moral recipe, but as a felt experience of the indwelling of an extreme power, that a power that connects you to all the life of the past of this planet, to the planetary future, to the universe at large. So really, it's a rediscovery of our birthright as human beings. History is a bad deal. It's a mass of pottage. It's broken machines and broken dreams because we've projected our value system out into matter, and matter has not responded in a satisfying way, and so we're then dysfunctional, neurotic, always seeking, never finding. The answer is to go within using the classical tools of self-redefinition, transformation, and ego dominion. We can re-inoculate ourselves against the ills of civilization by simply availing ourselves to the shamanic tools that were available before the fall into history. And the fact that this poses some problem for the currently constituted constabulary is of no concern to anybody who's thinking on a scale of millennia. That's just a kink in the social machinery brought on by stupidity and anxiety. It isn't sufficient reason to turn away from a reasonable program that would carry us toward a group psychology that would then allow us to turn toward the real threats that face us as a species, as a planet, and do something about it. I put this before you this evening because I think in the absence of this theory, the psychedelic community has no strong argument to lay before society at large as to why these things are so important. But if, in fact, these are the catalysts, these psychedelic compounds are the catalysts for everything that we call humanness, for the very basis of the notion of caring, altruism, civilization, community, if what lies behind these notions is a symbiotic relationship to psychedelic plants present in the environment, then the sooner we return to that mode, the sooner we can overcome the historical dysfunction that otherwise is a death sentence. So I don't advocate this because I think it's easy or because it has a high probability of being accepted and implemented. I advocate it because I think it's the only answer, and that it would be gross malfeasance on my part, believing that, to not lay the cards on the table. That's all that I can do, and I hope that if you find this argument convincing, you will find further arguments to buttress it, and we can get this phenomenon out of the closet and into the general theater of debate about the fate of global civilization, so that we can begin to make real positive changes. Because the clock is ticking, folks. This is not a test. I mean, we have to either create some fantastically brilliant forward escape out of the closing, grinding jaws of history, or we will be history. Thank you very much.
Stands out in the background is the way that it throws light on language. And I discovered that audiences seem fairly responsive to this question, even though it seemed to me at first fairly hard to say too much about it. So tonight, to indulge myself and anybody else who has a particular interest in this aspect of it, I want to say more about it and maybe talk for 4 minutes or so, and then take questions. And I think it's by talking it's perhaps a tautology to think that by talking about a linguistic phenomenon or a linguistic problem, you can illuminate it. But I'm interested in how it strikes other people and the kind of dialogue we can do by talking about it. First of all, to background what I'm saying a little bit, I recently ran across a very interesting analogy, a metaphor that seemed useful to me, which was a historical analogy saying that when civilizations come into crisis, they inevitably, one of their strategies for survival is to cast back to an earlier period of time, an earlier cultural idea, and then to try to exemplify its values. And as the obvious example and the most recent phenomenon of this sort on a large scale is the Renaissance, in which the breakdown of medieval society and the rise of mercantilism generated a need to cast back into time for a set of values and to realize them. And the period of time that was chosen was classical Greece and Rome. And so painting, sculpture, poetry reflected an effort to recapture classical values. What I think is happening in the present, by the present in the whole 20th century, is a similar thing, a a similar culture crisis, but on a much grander and more global and more threatening scale, and a casting back for a previous cultural model that whose ideals, if we could realize them, would save our own civilization. The same idea that the Renaissance had about classical Greece. But strangely, the period that we have decided, that we have fastened on, without ever making a conscious decision, but as a reflection of decisions made in the psyche of the species, the period that we have settled on is the archaic period, which precedes human history. And so, cubism and the things that were done for literature by Joyce and Poe, and the glorification of barbarism and the recovery of the unconscious, first the sexual nature of the unconscious through Freud, later the mass archetypal structure through Jung. In other words, the great movements of the 20th century, even Marxism, can be seen as efforts to recapture prehistoric sacred values. And this process has been going on for 50 years or so, different adumbrations of it at different times. And now, for the past 10 years or so, the theme of shamanism, the rediscovery of Paleolithic religion, and the rise of the use of hallucinogenic drugs, which were the driving force of Paleolithic religion, has come into the fore. Holding that in your mind for a moment, recall Marshall McLuhan's idea that technologies for conveying information shift the ratios in the man's psyche in the way that it relates to the world. And he was famous for predicting what he called electronic feudalism. He said that the television screen was more like a page of manuscript than a page of print, and that as the linearity and uniformity and rational assumptions of grammar were transcended into conveying of information to be replaced by electronic gestalts that were looked at rather than read, that the ratio between senses would shift, and that this would have profound effects on the history of ideas and this sort of thing. What is happening is that kind of super McLuhanistic phenomenon is happening, where we are collapsing not into the electronic feudalism that he discussed, but into the electronic tribalism which he discussed. And it is shifting our sensory ratios away from the audio and toward the visual. And this brings me now to my subject, which is the transformations of language under the influence of the psychedelic experience. The fact that there is a spectrum of vocal and psychological and psychomental phenomena that range all the way from the recitation of learned material through freely formed speech and into these trance-like religious phenomena that go under the category of glossolalia. And these things are experienced by the people who do them as having a varying relationship to the visual rather than the audio sense. We had a discussion a couple of months ago with Ralph Abraham about when we are asked to conjure the idea of an orange. What is this idea made out of? When you close your eyes and think of an orange, is what you think of native language, or is it native life? And what you say in answer to the question, what does it say about you and your culture? Under the influence of psilocybin, particularly, the language forming centers are activated, and they are activated in tandem with the visual cortex. So the forms of synesthesia are experienced, which are linked, first of all, to sound, so that people singing control the fabric of hallucination through sound. And we found this to be true of ayahuasca in the Amazon, where definitely the shaman's use of voice controls the fabric of the visual fabric of what's going on. But there is yet another level to that phenomenon, which is with the addition of meaning, the control of the visual surface, the topology of meaning, if you will, rather than the ongoing control of meaning, is transcended. Meaning, then, is able also to work its adumbrations on this topological surface. And you see into, well, there are different ways of cognizing the place where the Ishbak is coming from, the assembly language that lies behind all formalized or culturally validated languages. Wittgenstein called it the unspeakable. It's the place where explication cannot go almost by definition in order to avoid the tautology. Well, now it seemed to me that the nearness of these tryptamine-type centers to normal metabolized and the fragments that people often do in genes and shown to be part of the way we construct our world. In other words, that it's a delicate balance of chemistry and language and history and these sensory ratios. That given all this, it seemed probable to me that this phenomenon encountered in deep psychedelic experiences with psilocybin actually has a potential historical impact. It is a kind of human ability which is at present submerged in the psyche, contactable only by the shamanic means of journeying into historical hyperspace. In other words, of going into that place where the adumbrations of the future are intense enough that you can have an inclination of what is to come. And I think this is what is to come, and it is a kind of telepathy, but it's not telepathy as we imagine it to be. Like when I imagine telepathy outside, hearing a language and having been through. This is something where the modality of movement shifted out of the common dictionary that is a cultural convention and into a shared visual topology, which is examined by both parties, both the speaker who caused this thing to be, and the audience who shares the space where this is happening. It's interesting that they are other ways which are used to accentuate the general is very definitely part of the normal human and the MAL infusion that is performing on DMT that is introduced from the outside is a mirroring of the kind of function that is performed in the brain. So the shifting of the sensory ratios is causing language to become more visual. And at this point I also want to follow today who was a first century Alexandrian Jew, who talked about the logos, and I have made analogies between the phenomenon of the struggle and the logos, but in the critical quote, what he said was that a more perfect logos was possible, and that it would be a phenomenon which would pass from the modality of being heard to the modality of being beheld without ever crossing the quantized point of transition where you could say it was one, now it is the other. And I think the cultural shockwaves that will be generated by the emergence of visible language will totally transform the culture to the point that the point beyond the end of history, the entering of hyperspace, the eschatological monad, all these religious or theological constructs about history are actually intuitions about language. Now, several things about this transformation. It's obviously not something which the culture is doing as a decision. It isn't live on computers and cable TV. It isn't being brought on as an information material. It's something which is being imposed from outside. And I think it is, I'm sure most of you are familiar with the environment hypothesis, to the interaction of all life factors. Well, it obviously regulates bigger species such as we are part of this homeostatic method of regulation. And I think the gradual evolution of language is actually the gradual lifting of the veil that is imposed between ourselves and the meaning by the planetary ecology. In other words, the forward thrust of history is actually regulated by the ecology, and it is regulated through control of the evolution of language, because what you cannot think, you cannot do, and where you cannot imagine, you cannot steer your function and will. So I'm proposing on one level to become sentience to thought as human macro, almost social phenomena that regulate the rate at which language develops, and therefore regulate the evolution of human culture. One final thought. It seems clear to me, and I've mentioned it in the other lectures, that the evolution of another aspect of what psychedelics are doing, and an aspect of what's happening in the culture generally, is its transformation into space-faring species, and that the momentum for this has been building for millennia. It is not something that was signed in the 1950s. It is in fact what we know about. I looked at a book recently by and he asked the question, what are we here for? And he answered that we're here to go. And I think there's great truth in that, especially in the terms where it's clear that man as a species and the planet as an entire ecosystem have become antagonistic to each other. And this is not unusual in nature. That is a phenomenon that occurs between a mother and a fetus. When a fetus comes to term and the birth is imminent, it must happen. Otherwise, the survival of both parties is threatened, even though the birth problem for the mother and the child represents one of the major crises that they will face in their sojourn in existence. Nevertheless, it is inevitable and necessary and it comes over to deal with everything. Where psychedelics called off by political news. And the routine system you never try to use it directly because there is a name which sarcasms that so what is called for is this sideways attack to practice. Anyway, the transformation of language is, I think, the signal that this archaic, that this nostalgia for the archaic world is coming to a head. This is its culmination. This is the peculiar thing that we all sense coming and quite imagine, that is synthetic yet natural, that is obvious yet hidden. And the interesting thing about it is that it emerges from an impersonal frontier. In other words, you're not going to hear this on the evening news. The president is not going to explain it to you. The secretary general of the UN isn't going to explain it to you. You are only going to advance into understanding this phenomenon to the degree that you apply yourself to your being, to attention to being, to reflection on reflection, to attention on attention. And then it will become clear. And because it is a gradient of evolution, it doesn't come force of evolution. Almost in the same way that we move forward in time, this thing is drawn out. In fact, you could almost say that the act of history or the fact of history is a macro phenomenon that arises out of the microphysical fact of millions of people evolving their language. That is what causes the movement of historical discussion. So, transformation of language is something a central fact of evolution. Whether the argument of the idea that actually human history has always been this is the phenomenon of regulating the things to the rest of the economy, and it's simply accidents of botany and alkaloids and the story that a lot of people realize so that the mystery that is behind the places like because of those accidents of botany, culture was able to get loose from such a tiny constraints. But nevertheless, that culture which claimed the energy which would then send the mind clouds to the stars. It had not been for this historical episode, which is suspended but oblivious to historical forces which are bearing down on them. And tribalism is a social form that can exist within the life of the tribe. It's a complete illusion to associate it with low life. It is probably a form of social organization second only to family.
It says everything can't happen anyway except the way that it's happening. Now the problem with that is that it makes the concept of thinking irrelevant. Because you're thinking what you're thinking because you couldn't think anything else. Therefore, the notion of truth or judgment or all of that is completely shut down. So a totally determined universe is most ultimately uninteresting that there can be. Nevertheless, the universe clearly is, to some degree, highly determined. I mean, we know in nanoseconds the time of the sunrise tomorrow, and unless there's a series of instability, it will be on time. So there is a degree of predictability. My rap is sort of divided into two parts, and I'm very shy about the second half. The first half is easy for me. It's that psychedelics are wonderful, you should take them, this is the way to save the world, so forth and so on. The second part of the rap is, here's what I've learned from psychedelics, and then not some general kind of feel-good thing, but something that requires a blackboard, tensor equations, 30 degrees, and I'm very shy about putting that out. My personal approach to psychedelics before I realized that you could save the world, when I just thought this was so self-exploration, my notion was what it's good for is ideas. It's for generating ideas. And I don't really love generators. You don't generate you get in your little boat and paddle out onto the dark water, and then you put your feet up and you wait. You set your nets and you wait. And sometimes you pull up your nets and something the size of a freight train has gone through them, and you just row for shore, shitting white. And sometimes, minnows, trivia, why does our little finger just fit our nostril? The mysteries of the animal body, or all kinds of stuff. But occasionally, and it's worth fishing a lifetime, occasionally something will come into the nets that is not so small as to be trivial and not so large as to be incomprehensible. And this thing can be wrestled with for hours and eventually brought home to show the startled folks back on shore. And this showing the startled folks back on shore makes history. All these ideas come out of interaction with these plants. The number of ideas, which when you pick up a straight encyclopedia, should be traced back to herders, people who kept animals. Astrology, astronomy was invented by people watching their flocks. The calendar, time, was invented by people watching their flocks. All of them, they weren't only watching their flocks, they were also watching the cowboys in their flocks for mushrooms. And, music, all of these Pythagorean sons of order, they come out of this animal husbandry. This is a model area for nature. And these ideas are the inspiration and the purpose to my mind. I mean, the social purpose, because I can get rid of my stuff and feel better about how I was abused in childhood and this and that kind of thing with psychedelics. But that's all personal growth stuff. But an idea can be shared. You can take it into the layers. And where do they come from? When you ask the question, where do the ideas come from? This is philosophy 101. This is why the Greeks gave up vision, to discuss this problem. Where do the ideas come from? And we are no closer to understanding that. And yet the ideas are the signposts of our destiny. They guide us forward. And
and we know not from whence it is. Well, I think now, so Plato's take on that was, he said, well, there must be a perfect world where all these things exist in some, and the numbers and everything, there's a perfect form for everything in a higher dimensional world called the archetypes. Well, 2,000 years of philosophical sophistication have shown certain problems in that point of view, but fewer than you might think. In the mystery of form, the problem of form, what is it? Where does it come from? What sustains it? We are nothing more than form. If it weren't for form, we would be no different than the dirt under our feet. And form intrudes into matter, and then it withdraws. And when it withdraws, they put you in a hole and put dirt on top of it. So it's very important to understand, what is this coming and going form? If we take this pillow and saw it in two, it's a pretty undramatic thing. If we take one of us and saw us in two, it's an extremely dramatic event. And what is the difference there? It's that this object is three-dimensional, and this object is four-dimensional. This object has a quality about it called being alive. Being alive, also technically known as metabolism, means that material is moving along temporal gradients within the confines of this organism. Material is not moving along any gradients within this thing. It's just where it is. There it sits. But in here, a form is being maintained from within. And if I were to die, the form would collapse. Here, no form is being maintained except the form imposed. This is an imposed form. It has no sense of itself, and it doesn't sustain itself from any kind of internal integrity. But higher dimensional objects, like animals and plants and human beings, have this form. Well, so then what we've been talking about here, albeit sloppily, is the fact that we seem to occupy a higher dimension in the natural order than other things. And this higher dimension has to do with the fact that we have a little piece of mind, a little chunk of this higher organization. Well then, going toward that, as visionaries, as users of psychedelics, society keeps adjusting its treatment to mirror this transcendental goal. This is what we want to become. We want to become like the sensed object in our imagination. Shamanism is a pilot about this. It's almost as though the end state, well here's a model. It's almost as though the ordinary causal flow of information from the past to the future must make a place for like a 3 to 5% backward flow. And this is what we call intuition. It's that vague, unformed knowing that comes without any baggage or causal mechanism. But it's true knowledge. We know how it's going to be. Well, it may be that time is somehow information permanent, that future potential states of existence are actually somehow in resonance with states of existence in the present and in the past. Our minds are very, very simple. I mean, basically, we operate with mechanical push-pull models that are appropriate to very simple mechanical systems, and yet we know that we are far more complex even than the most complex. This last 15,000 years has been something, and the last 500 years has really been something. It's so close now, the transcendental object, that it informs everything. The metaphor, the model forward on your mind as you gaze at the earth in its travail is the metaphor of birth, not death. That a gestation process, 20,000 years, is coming to an end. Culture using, language using, minded creatures are coming to some kind of fermentative climax, and we cannot extrapolate the human career on this planet centuries in the future. It ain't gonna be like that. It's an absurd question to ask the question, what will the world be like in 500 years? What the world will be like in 500 years is unimaginable. Because in the next 40 years, we are going to pass through this quantized transition where we actually become insiders and players in the game. History is a state of becoming. It's a state of moving from the inarticulate, unreflecting, animal style of organization to the self-reflecting, minded, conscious, energy-controlling style. But to get from one to the other takes about 20,000 years, and it's a bitch. You don't know where you are. You don't know how to get there. You cannot tell what is happening. There's just migrations and warfare and pogroms and gene mixing, hysteria of every sort, and side of this and religion that, and they're slaughtering these people and these people are doing it. And it's like a bad dream. It's like a psychedelic trip. It's a 15 to 25,000 year dash to authentic being from the animal body. And it would have been a lot easier to understand if 10,000 years ago we hadn't cut the telephone wire to nature. Because from then on we haven't been able to figure out what's going on. And it's been left to men with large egos to figure out what was going on. And what they figured out was going on was that there was a lot of free women, land, animals, and money that needed to be organized for their pleasure. Because they lost the connection to this planetary birth process. Now, and like the birth process, I mean, the metaphor is pursuing, because a birth is violent, blood is shed, there's moaning and groaning and thrashing around, and yet this is not an automobile accident. This is not a human tragedy. This is how life works. This is centrally scripted into how human beings operate. If this didn't happen, we wouldn't be here. Well, that's the, and yet, you know, if you've ever been pregnant or been around a pregnant person, this is a wonderful state of equilibrium, of self-satisfaction, of completion, and yet the very fact that it exists ensures that it's going to be rent, it's going to be torn, it's going to end violently in separation of these two beings. But then there are all kinds of births. There's stillbirth, the most disturbing and unsettling of all. There's breech, there's cesarean, there's bad presentation, there's easy labors, hard labors. And I think this is the choice that we still have some choices left. And a choice still to be made is it going to be a hard labor or an easy labor? It's how fast we educate ourselves. That's the lubrication now in this pub. How fast we educate ourselves. Are we going to fight it, or are we going to go with it? And it's really frightening. I mean, because what we want is, first of all, forgiveness for what we've done to change our life. And then we want to go back and paint ourselves blue and be tribal and turn our back on all of it. But I don't think it's going to be like that. It's propelling us to some kind of higher order. The faith is that history must have been for something, and that everything is to be knitted together, and everything is to be reborn anew. And I don't think this is not a religious don't know exactly. It's more like the biological thing. I mean, we see it everywhere. We see it in the bird that I was just describing. We see it in the metamorphosis of insects. Heraclitus said, hunted ray all flows. And I think that this is the hardest thing to learn. It certainly has been the hardest thing for me to learn in my life. And I assume then by extrapolation, maybe this is one of the hard things to come to terms with. Everything flows. Nothing lasts. I mean, not the travail, not the horror, not the women you love, not the women that drive you crazy, not the children you love, not the children that drive you crazy. Everything is in the process of changing into something else, even at the very moment that you recognize its coherence as an entity. And this is the bad news that the ego doesn't want to hear. This is what the ego is created to deny. Because the ego is, it's the effort of flesh to make diamond. And it can't be done. You cannot make an indestructible, adamantine, clear substance. You talk about other dimensions. Language is like an informational creature. Languages live, they reproduce themselves. Yes, it's a kind of virus. William Burroughs said, he said English is a virus from outer space. I have no quarrel with it. It seems entirely reasonable. It's a very strange thing. Reality is a myth, language. And for most of the people in this room, it's made out of English. And yet we spend a great deal of time worrying about quarks and mu mesons and electromagnetic radiation. All this is a kind of fiction. None of this stuff exists. All that exists are words. And we play a game, really a fairly insidious game with ourselves. We all, I suppose, here give great credence to what is called quantum physics. Is there anyone here who would care to explain to the several core documents of quantum physics, or any core document? And by explain, I don't mean a verbal gloss. I mean give us the hardcore equation. No one seems to be coming forward. Yet this is our truth. How crazy are you? The truth is something you can't even understand. And that's the situation that we're in. We believe that somewhere among us, somebody understands these tensor equations that are being, and that if it got real tight, we could go to them and they would then explain what reality is. This is a heavy issue, this kind of thing. What you are actually dealing with is what Wittgenstein called the present moment. Present at hand. Good phrase, because it implies that only that which can be grasped matters. And the quantity can be grasped. We make some electromagnetic. None of it. These things need to be understood for what they are, which is little shingles which we epoxy onto the face of the universal mystery. And once you have a bunch of these little shingles epoxied onto the face of the mystery, then you can't see the mystery at all anymore, and you call that an explanation. You say, well, that's taken care of. We've explained it. By the time a child is 8 or 9, 5 or 6, they have covered the entirety of reality. These walking tiles, and nowhere now is reality to be found. Between ourselves and reality, as quickly as we possibly can, we erect a line. We erect a false set of assumptions that are culture-bound. And this has always impressed me, the culture-bound nature of language. That, in a way, raised in, because you acquire a local language, and the local language is all you really care about. I had an experience of this that brought it home to me very strongly, because when I first went to the tropics, I was there as a professional butterfly, and my impression of the jungle was that well, then 3 years later, I went back with botany. Well, if you know anything about botany and taxonomy, what it is it's an origin from language. Leaves are lanceolate, cremolate. They have cracks, which are sessile, umbellate, identified, and so forth and so on. These are specialized words to describe structure. You go with a botanist in the jungle, and the jungle becomes unbelievably rich. Here are melanostomes, malphites, varrolas, all kinds of things. And as soon as you put words to reality, so you see, here is language as a double-edged sword. Out of the undifferentiated, it creates miraculous reality, to which we immediately habituate, undervalue, and profane. In other words, familiarity breeds contempt. But somewhere between silence and the familiarity that breeds contempt is the living essence of the word and its meaning. This problem of language is central to understanding the psychedelic experience. What I see happening on these journeys is the project of language goes from being something which you hear to something which you see without ever crossing over a quantized moment of transition. Well, this is, to my mind, absolutely astonishing. I when you see language, it's amazing, because it's a paranormal thing. It's like it achieves paranormal intensity without violating any of the laws of physics that I'm familiar with. What I'm talking about is that in the shamanic performances in the Amazon and on language goes from something beheld to something seen. There's precedent for this. In the Hellenistic world of Greco-Romanism, the be-all and the end-all of spiritual accomplishment was what's called the logos was an informing voice, a voice in the head that told you the right way to live. And Plato and all these heavies cultivated and achieved perfection with the logos. Well, there was an Alexandrian Jew named Philo-Judaeus, who was a great commentator on religions, and he wrote about what he called the more perfect logos. The more perfect logos. And he said, what is the more perfect logos? And then he answered his own question. The more perfect logos was being heard and being seen without ever crossing over the context of transition. Language is something unfinished in us. It's something that was catalyzed out of animalization by hallucinogenic activation of the brain states, and it is something that is in the act of perfecting itself. And when it is my faith is that words will be seen, not heard. The whole way in which we organize our language around visual metaphor, we talk about clarity. So someone can take it and we say, she spoke clearly. That's a visual metaphor. We say, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. That means I understand unconsciously, at the unconscious level, we connect visual metaphors and the visual sense with clarity and understanding. And what's happening in the ayahuasca cults, in the mushroom intoxications and so forth, is an invocation of the visible logos. It comes into being in the shared space. You control it with sound. I mean, you discover that sound is something that you can see. And this is, I remember this morning, talking about how it may be a one-gene mutation going on the transformation of language. You can sit, feel perfectly normal, not feel wired or depressed, not have visual activity in the visual field, and then you generate a tone like, and you see that it's a certain shade of lemon yellow with a chartreuse edge, and then you and shifts to pink. Well, you begin to experiment with this, and you discover very quickly that you can do more than just generate colors. You can generate modalities. You can generate shapes as you begin to relax into an unconscious expression of syntax. Form begins to behave in the space and language. And the language makes it very long time that you got use a certain sound like glass to mean a certain complex object. Because on psilocybin, glossolalia is treated. Glossolalia is normally intended as speaking in tongues. And the fundamentalists spin on but in fact, at the primitive level of religion, World 1, glossolalia is treated. And all of us have an ability to relax away from meaning and still retain something. It's just something we never do. We're programmed to always mean something when we speak. But in fact, babies don't do this. They don't babble, and they only language approximately to catch meaning. Well, so then under language in the humble service of meaning, there is language for itself, denunciation. And, well, I'll give an example to discuss it. The worldwide constellation, first of all, ordinarily we associate this speed with vocal processes. Words are small. That's all they are. See, if you're going to have a creature which communicates with members of its species, you have to have a low energy form of communication. Otherwise, you'd be lost from the members communicating. Well, small mountain language is great. A person can talk for about 12 hours without sound. Fairly rapid. You got water, dope roll. It's not a problem. Do you know how much information a person could convey in 12 hours if they were simply being told the language? It's pretty amazing. So this thing I just did, it had syntax, but it had but it was existing here that sounds rhythms, there appear to be prefixes, suffixes, certain kinds of declensions. It's all there, folks. It just doesn't. But it turns out that the activity of language feels like language and means something or not. Well, in the psychedelic state, we discover this same set of intercodes that was used in real language. by Roxy Keating, Malhockney, books. So what's important is not how it's sounds. What's important is how it works. In the Amazon, in these ayahuasca, they have what they call ikara, magical song. Ikara are visual only. They are intended and they're criticized, and their susceptibility to judge only visual domain against something without sense. And what they convey are very complex feelings. You could almost say three-dimensional feelings. Feelings so complex that they won't lay down and be a sound like they won't do them. They can only be laid out as grammatical objects. And I think that this process is happening, but is being accelerated by the psychedelics, that we are trying to become for each other visual objects, and we are trying to become a generator. Now, why I hold it is because in the DMT practice, which is the most intense quintessence, most quintessential distillation of this kind of stuff, you encounter the shamanic entity, spirit, the ancestor. And this is really profound and establish part of a weird insight about our entities, but not entities. And yet, in that space, these things exist, and they're preaching this ontological transformation. This is how entities in hyperspace communicate. It's as though everything has had one dimension added onto it. It's as though we are existing in some kind of squashed version of a larger superspace that can simply be mentally unfolded through the act of encountering a psychedelic substance. I think it's big that these entities exist. Now, if you were to go to a shaman in a classic and say, what was this? They would unhesitatingly use it. Use the ancestors. We work pure using the ancestors. And this is, I think, very unsettling for us as Westerners. We'd much rather accept the notion of friendly extraterrestrials than that this is the year of the party. I mean, that really feel your boundaries against that. It's very interesting. Recently, there was a new edition of Evans Vince's Fairy Tale. Whitey Evans Vince was an American great scholar support. But his doctoral thesis in folklore was to study the fairy tale, and he went to Britain, England, are so strange that they could easily pass for extraterrestrials. What's puzzling about them is their tremendous humor and affection and intense involvement in us as human beings. Why are they there? What do they want? And they're not, if they are, they're not mine. In other words, when I broke in there, I didn't find my mother and my grandparents. It wasn't like that. There was no person. It isn't like that. But there is this sense of affection, caring. Well, we have the doctrine in Western theology. I had always assumed that purgatory must have been the doctrine that the church fathers, Irenaeus, Eusebius, and crowd had written into the gospel message for their own purposes. I discovered, to my amazement, that Saint Patrick is the first because he wrote purgatory in Christian doctrine in order to convert the Celtic Presbytery of Ireland to the idea that fairyland and Christianity are the same place. And it was thought such a good idea in Rome that the doctrine became canon law general for the church. So purgatory is a spruced up version of Irish fairyland to make it a little more palatable. Well, you see, this is where our anxieties come in. It's hard to push it much further than this. An extraterrestrial contact, I think we could probably ride that through to be amazing. But if what's happened is that at the end of history our waiting is dead, and that our notion of reality is so sweet, we don't even know most cases that discusses something then it's going to be quite astonishing. And yet this is what shamans do. This is what they come to. Shamans who can pass daily through the gates of we see the hyperspace as inherently rational. This is part of the transformative, because I think that in my personal process of rejecting Catholicism, I did learn and it's been very hard to fight my way back to that and nothing more conservative or and now I'm thinking much more in terms of dimensionality and that I don't know what the hell means, but the process of fertilization and the life of that and then its death is the process of a form descending from hyperspace, clothing itself in matter, and then withdrawing from returning to hyperspace. This concept of hyperspace is very, very necessary to understand this stuff. Because if you look at what shamans do, so they find lost souls, they kill people, they rescue lost souls, they discern secret habits, fidelities, steadiness, all of these magic things that they do are completely non-mysterious if we grant the idea of a higher spatial dimension. And if there's a higher spatial dimension, then this section is not thin. There's a part which is not the
what I'll do today is I assume most of you are not familiar with my work, but I also assume you're intelligent, so I'm not going to give an introductory talk. I'll just cut to the chase. And if you don't understand what's said, at least you have the satisfaction of knowing nobody talked down to you, right? Okay. It's very hard to know where exactly to slice into this pie. I mean, I am an advocate of the psychedelic experience for personal growth work, for shamanic exploration, as an enzyme for the imagination, as a force that forces us to grow up and to clean up. However, what I want to talk to you today about, because this is a pagan community, and because I think the argument, if it's not understood here, won't be understood anywhere, is I want to talk about the social impact of psychedelic plants on human consciousness, both in the present and in the remote past. Because my approach to psychedelics is not to see it as a religious freedom issue or a personal self-exploration issue. That's all there. But I believe that we cannot really understand what it is to be a human being and how we came to be human beings without factoring into our explanations this most taboo of all subjects for the Western dominator mind, the subject of boundary dissolving, consciousness expanding plants. And so every point of view has a cosmology, a myth of its meaning. And as quickly as I can, I want to tell you the myth that, to my mind, unites paganism, psilocybin, sexual freedom, the peril to the earth, and the hope for the future, all into one very nice, neat package. And it requires a kind of an anthropology lesson. First of all, our fellow voyagers along the way, the scientists, have created, as you all know, the theory of evolution, which has been the great crowning achievement of biology for the past 100 years. First, the Darwinian understanding of natural selection and random mutation, then Mendelian genetics, the discovery of the particulate nature of the gene, then still later molecular genetics, the elucidation of DNA, so forth and so on. The theory of evolution has been very successful in explaining the state of nature on this planet, with one tremendously embarrassing exception, which is ourselves. Biological evolution cannot account for a phenomenon like minded human beings involved in the building and maintenance of global electronically sustained society. How do we do it? Well, we do it because we have a vastly superior cerebral architecture to any other organism in nature. And the interesting thing about that architecture is that it sprang into being in the blink of an eye, geologically speaking. The human brain size doubled in less than 2 million years. This is the most dramatic expansion in the size of a major organ of a higher animal in the entire fossil record. It would be, under any circumstance, an embarrassment to the theory of evolution. But notice that the theory of evolution was generated by the very organ we're discussing. So it is doubly embarrassing. Now, obviously, we are the inheritors of extraordinary circumstances. Higher animals have existed on this planet for 200 million years in all kinds of forms. Reptilian life, amphibian life, avian life, mammalian life.
arise. Some extraordinary interaction in our early history is responsible for our circumstance as language-using, technology-producing creatures. Okay, end of introduction. Here's the scenario, and I hope it has special resonance for this community. All animal species tend to evolve into an ecological niche and stabilize themselves there. Ants and termites have been at equilibrium for hundreds of millions of years. Our remote ancestors also were on a direct course toward that kind of dynamic equilibrium. We were evolving toward being fruit-eating, canopy-living, insectivorous primates with an advanced repertoire of pack signals, and this was apparently to be our evolutionary destiny. Were it not for the fact that sometime in the last 5 million years or so, the African continent, which was the site of our environmental proto-system, began to dry up, and the forests that had always been our arboreal home began to shrink. And what this spelled for our remote proto-hominid ancestors was nutritional pressure. There wasn't enough food. Our remote ancestors began descending from the canopy and exploring the new environment that the aridity was bringing into existence, a grassland environment, an environment of limited numbers of plant and animal species relative to the climax tropical rainforests that were in retreat. Now, the reason animals specialize their food supply is to avoid contact with mutagens in the environment. If you begin experimenting with foods and begin eating everything, you will produce more children with mutations. Some of these mutations will be positive, most will be lethal. When our remote ancestors came under nutritional pressure, they began expanding their diet. This was the moment when we became partially carnivorous, when we became omnivores. And had I more time, I would lay out many examples of specific plants, such as plants that contain birth control, alkaloids, and things like that. Specific plants that would have impacted early human emergence. But I want to concentrate here on one plant, and that is the psilocybin-containing mushrooms that grow in the dung of cattle. Because I think that if we're looking for a missing link, it isn't a transitional skeleton, it isn't meddling by extraterrestrials, at least not of the overt 1,000-ton beryllium ship variety. It has to do with the fact that we begins like this. In that foraging phase, where we were testing all kinds of plants on the grassland, small amounts of psilocybin mushrooms would have naturally been eaten in the process of eating corns and things like that. I personally have seen baboons in Kenya investigating cow patties on the savannah because they know that bug pupa will be under the cow patties. So cow patties are already set up as vectors for possible sources of nutrition. So there is no question that these proto-hominids would have eaten psilocybin in small amounts. And by small amounts, I mean amounts so small that if you were to eat that much, you would feel nothing. But it's this dose level has been studied, and it causes increased acuity of vision. You can actually give people small amounts of psilocybin and then give them eye tests, and they do better if they're slightly intoxicated than if they are not. The guy who proved this, the Viennese psychologist Roland Fisher, when he described these experiments to me, he said, "And so you see, my young friend, here we have a case where the use of drugs actually introduces us to a more true vision of reality than if we have avoided the drug. Scientific proof that the drug is telling you more about reality than if you had refused it. All right, now, what kind of visual acuity is it that is being improved? Well, it turns out it's what's called edge detection. In the grassland environment, where the movement of small animals means dinner, and the movement of large animals means you become dinner, and a plant which confers increased visual acuity is going to immediately confer an adaptive advantage on those members of the group that let it in. Those members of the group that refuse it out of aesthetic or gastronomic reasons will tend to be outbred because the psilocybin-using members of the species will be more successful at obtaining food and at surviving to raise their own children to reproductive age, which is the name of the game in evolution. So that's step one of a three-step process that leads to the explosion of consciousness in the hominid brain. Step two, which should have special appeal, is that when you take slightly larger doses of psilocybin, not religiously profound doses, but doses which you definitely feel, psilocybin is what's called a CNS stimulant, central nervous system stimulant. What it causes in animals is what neurophysiologists call arousal. And in highly sexed animals like primates, arousal means in the male erection. So what an animal then which is allowing what is essentially a sexual stimulant or an aphrodisiac to enter into the diet, there will be more instances of what anthropologists call successful copulations. And God knows we need that. So if you have more successful copulations, you have more pregnancies. You have a second factor, outbreeding the non-psilocybin using member of the population. Now, something really important here that is this whole thing is my theory, but here's the part of it that I'd like to admit. All primates have what are called dominance hierarchies, or male dominance hierarchies. This goes right back here to lemurs and the old world, which are much more, it's the new world, which are more primitive. All primates have this dominance hierarchy, and what it means is the shark-fanged, hard-bodied young males, they control the women, the children, the elderly, all sexual minorities. Everybody is under the thumb of the alpha males. And as we sit here today, though this community may strive to be an exception, as a society, male dominance is an enormous dilemma for us and an enormous distorting factor in our politics and in our lives. So my notion is that psilocybin, by promoting this polymorphic sexual style, actually acted as an inoculation against monogamous sexual style, bonding, you see. And it isn't that the monogamous style, the dominator style, disappeared. It was simply medicated out of existence for perhaps 100,000 years. It was medicated out of existence. Now, and what it promoted, this arousal, this psilocybin taking around the African campfires by these primitive nomadic pastoralists, what the social change that came with it was an orgiastic sexual style, a style where everybody would get loaded around the campfire and then pumped in an enormous writhing heap. Now, yes, now, besides the fact that this is a great deal of fun, it has a very, very profound social effect, which is in societies which allow orgy, men cannot trace lines of male paternity. Men cannot trace lines of male paternity. What does this mean? It means that men do not identify with children as property. It means that the men of that kind of a social group can only think in terms of our children. We, the group, our children. And it creates an immensely cohesive social glue that I believe held these societies together for millennia. And I believe that during this period of pharmacological suppression of male dominance, we became human beings. Theater, poetry, magic, art, altruism, dance, symbolic and cognitive activity of every sort was born in that window of opportunity when there was simultaneously a chemical suppression of male dominance and consequently an opening to Gaian intentionality, to the intent of the larger biological systems in which the human system was embedded, and a kind of paradox came into existence. There were actually two phases, one from about 40 to 30,000 years ago in the interglacial. And in that early phase, human beings, cattle, and mushrooms were sort of all swirling together there on the African grassland, in contact, but not yet a coherent triad. The second partnership period arose at the last glaciation melt, during the last glacial melt, and lasted for about 20,000 years, to perhaps as much as recently as 10,000 years ago. And it was in that later phase that the Magdalenian explosion occurred and the social forms were put in place that Hellenistic paganism was looking back at with a nostalgic and barely cognizable memory. There was an old memory of a kind of paganism that was old 5,000 years before Elizabeth laid its stone. I wrote a book called The Archaic Revival, in which I tried to say that the entire cultural impulse of the 20th century, beginning with Freud and Jung discovering the unconscious, beginning with Picasso dragging back primitive West African males to Paris, inserting them into his paintings, Dada, pataphysics, jazz, abstract expressionism, even phenomena like National Socialism, all of these various impulses in the 20th century, some positive, some negative, all have a common theme: archaism, a nostalgia for a state before history. And as this tendency, this nostalgia has been sorted replacement of monogamous anxiety with polymorphic amorousness, or whatever you want to call it, then that's only the second step. The third step is when you double the polyamorous dose. And now, hunting is out of the question, and even fucking is out of the question, because you are nailed to the ground somewhere off at the edge of the firelight, wrestling with a mystery so profound, so bizarre, that even as we sit here with Husserl and Heidegger and Heisenberg and all these clowns under our belts, it is still absolutely mysterious, appalling, challenging, boundary dissolving, and unavoidably ecstatic. It is the living mystery, and I don't know how many of them there are in the world, but for my money, there only has to be one to rescue the entire concept from, the dirty claws of the reductionists, the materialists, the Christers, the nothing butters, the merely this and the simply thaters. Yeah, I know I'm preaching to the converted, but if I preached to the unconverted, I'd be hung from the yardarm. So, you may say to yourself, well, this is all very interesting. This guy has some kind of anthropologically revisionist theory, and that's all well and good. In other words, so what? What does it have to do with us? Well, what it has to do with us is we are in a state of enormous dysfunctional anxiety as a result of the fall into history, which has caused us to have to compromise our sensuality, our connection to the Gaia goddess, our polymorphic sexuality, all into a new set of social institutions that derive essentially from the invention of agriculture, which is where I think the shit hit the fan. I mean, I'm fairly radical on that. I think that agriculture is the end, because it's incredibly successful as a strategy for food production. Well, what does that mean? It means you can't be nomads anymore. Oh no, you have to build a stone tower to put the grain in, and you have to make sure you can haul large rocks up on top of your tower to drop on people whose grain crop wasn't as big as yours was. We see this at Jericho. The most advanced building in the world of 10,000 BC was the grain tower at Jericho. And it was defensive, and it bespeaks, the primal paranoia. Once people stopped moving across the land, once they violated the blade of the plow, then you get sedentary population. The division between the profane world of the city and the wilderness outside. That's the moment the division between the unconscious and the conscious mind comes into play. And an entire set of institutions arise then. Male kingship, standing armies, role specialization, slavery, women as chattel, so forth and so on. I mean, we are the unhappy inheritors of this hideous plunge into dysfunctionality. Now, why is it such a hideous plunge into dysfunctionality to live without psilocybin or close relatives thereof? The answer is that this thing, which to now I've described as male dominance and a tendency to form dominance hierarchies, we can describe another way and bring much closer to home by saying it is the ego. The ego is a late arriving, very tenuous, highly uncertain of itself social structure that has taken root in the human psyche like a tumor, like a growth of some sort. It is the leftover of this primate dominance complex, and the way it manifests itself is by the establishment of boundaries. First of all, this is my body, do not touch it. Second of all, these are my weapons and agricultural tools, do not touch them. This is my woman, these are my children, I hunt there, so forth and so on. It's this division of the world that allows the illusion of the ego to come into existence. Now, what do psychedelics do, and why are they such social dynamite? The answer is, it's not a health issue. It's not an addiction issue. It's not, I mean, it's preposterous. It's about boundary dissolution. Every society, from the classic Maya to Fujiwara, Japan, to the France of the Bourbons, every society establishes a set of boundaries, which it then calls reality, and woe betide you if you go across the boundary, because then you are outcast, outclassed, outlandish, and the full fury of the community can be turned against you, and we all know what that means. So I believe that the ego is a dysfunctional psychic invader, and that it will continue to strengthen and perpetuate itself as long as we do not institute, either as groups or within our relationships or as individuals, a regular ritual encounter with the forces which dissolve these boundaries. And the only force I know that works are these plants. And as I say, I'm not interested in arguing whether there are other methods or not. God, I would hope so. But anything I ever looked into, and I shopped the spiritual supermarket from stem to stern, was horseshit as far as I could see. Now, I am not a sensitive, let me say that. People say, well, but what about Ramana Maharshi, and what about Jakob Burma? And hey, it's great for those folks. I applaud arhats and avatars and so forth and so on. But what I'm interested in is democratic ecstasis. It should be for the most lumpen among us. It is not to be attained by an act of dietary control, sexual abstinence, or whatever. It should be. It is a human birthright. It is a human birthright to touch the incorporeal body of the goddess. The truth does not require your belief. The truth is real. You can beat it on the ground, you can rip it apart, you can look inside it. Nobody needs to guard the truth from inspection. Nobody needs to tell you that, you can't look behind the stage. And so my motivation is to try to, number one, bring people to the realization that the spiritual path, if you want to think of it that way, that is a real thing, and it will carry you to the real thing. All spiritual disciplines that I know, except for psychedelics, put a great deal of emphasis on putting the pedal to the metal. Push, 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 meditate, make offerings, do mantrayana, do pranayama, do puja, push, push, push. With psychedelics, suddenly there's a very deep interest in, and where are the brakes? You see? You're no longer pushing. Once you get to the psychedelics, seeking is an attitude which ill becomes you. You have found it. You have found it. Now, what in the hell are you going to do with it? And this is a great dilemma for anyone who goes into this. I mean, I am as I see myself, I'm a preacher in the marketplace. But I know, and I'm sure most of you know, that I could walk out of here, you could walk out of here, and you could go as far as your courage would carry you. There is no barrier. There are no more barriers. You can go as far as your fucking courage will carry you. And at that point, you have to ask the question, do I want to be the mad monk of Cold Mountain? Do I want the villagers down in the valley to say, oh yes, we see him occasionally up in the mist, naked, flying with the eagles, because you can be that person. You don't have to go back to your job as ad exec, stockbroker, or whatever it is. And so we stand on the edge of being able to leave history. We can leave it. We tend to forget, because our lives are so brief, that what we call the psychedelic experience is very, very new on the plate of Western occultism and science. I mean, hashish did not make great inroads into medieval Europe. That all came later in the 18th and 19th century. Chloroform, ether, these things don't cut it. Mescaline was synthesized for the first time in 1888. These things had to compete with many other interesting areas of scientific exploration in the 20th century. We have not come to terms with what they mean and what they are. And it's a curious area, because the counterculture, whatever that may mean, knows a great deal more about this than science. I mean, science does not explore this area because it senses enormous danger for its ontological machinery. It probably couldn't survive the encounter, and therefore it's just said, well, it's psychology, it's marginal, it's fleeting, it's non-irreproducible, and so forth and so on. This is all nonsense. You can, by unplugging the telephone, by fasting for 6 hours, and by taking 5 dried grams of Stropharia cubensis in silent darkness, you can go up to the great simulacra of human explorers, Hypatia, Maria, Newton, Da Vinci. You can take that ride. I have the feeling that when we go into those psychedelic spaces, we not only see things no one has ever seen before, we see things no one will ever see again. Okay, one last thought I want to put out, and then I'll try for some questions. I have a sort of a rational mind in that I like things to make sense. I don't mean experimental sense, but I mean if you can build a verbal metaphor to get from one thing to another, then you understand it much better. And so the magical dimension is real. It isn't psychological. It isn't based on the strength of will. It's as real as Mars in its orbit. I mean, there's real estate out there, folks. It's that real. And so then the question becomes how to vivify. And the answer is by creating a consensus in language, by having it made illegal. It's like where sex was with the Victorians. Everybody was inventing the wheel over and over again. What we have to do is begin to build a consensus about this realm. And, this may be heresy in a community as oriented toward tradition as this one seems to be. And the generally pleasant position to take is that everybody has a piece of the action. The Hasids know something, the Buddhists know something, the Book of Mormon, there's something there. The mushroom was incredibly ungenerous on this point. It said nobody knows jack shit. about what is going on. So it is for you, with your body as laboratory and your mind as worker in that laboratory, to find the way to reflux the alchemical gold. The only experience which counts is your own experience. Everything else is somehow handed down through social structures and political structures. It's irrelevant. If flying saucers were to land on the south lawn of the White House tomorrow, it would not matter to you as much as smoking DMT would if you did that tonight, because that's your experience, your conviction, you see. And I believe that the rebirth of paganism, the rebirth of archaism, the rebirth of psychedelic shamanism is coming at this moment, because we are going to be involved in a historical meltdown, which will be the equivalent of a species-deep shamanic crisis, in which, as a collectivity, we are going to have to make the journey to the well of worlds and recover and cleanse the collective soul of humanity. We have lost touch with our moral compass because we have lost touch with the Gaian mind. And this is not a metaphor. If you take these neurotransmitters, these exopheromones that connect you up with the natural environment, the Gaian intent becomes known. It's an act of feeling. If we could feel what we are doing, we would stop doing it. But we live in a realm of abstraction, excuses, incredible wealth, incredible levels of pampering and softness lie between us, the upper 5% of the intellectual and material elite on the planet, and the problems. I mean, how many of us have been to Bosnia or Rwanda or Somalia? These things are only images on a dehumanizing screen. If we could feel what we are doing, we would awaken to the mystery of each other and to the mystery of the historical process of recovering what was lost. We don't need this material civilization. We don't need 5 billion people on this planet. We have to think very, very radically about how we are going to change ourselves, or we're not going to make the cut. And orthodoxy is utterly and completely bankrupt. All it can do is suppress. They suppress, they suppress, they suppress. But there's only one argument that will forgive suppression: deliverance. And they can't give us deliverance. All they can give us is the Menendez trial, OJ, Baby Ann, the skaters, Klaus von Bülow. Horseshit, horseshit, horseshit. We are locked inside a nightmare of contaminated and toxic imagery that is designed to disempower you and make it impossible for you to think straight. And the way out is straight back to the reality of the vegetable gnosis. It is there. It has always been there. The societies that never broke the connection live in dynamic and loving balance with each other and the planet today, were it not for the input of our disruptive social and economic systems. So I talk to all kinds of people who I see as part of my community, but it stretches from virtual reality to the radical gay movement, to the house movement, to the pagan movement, to the younger molecular pharmacologists, to the radical art historians and psychotherapists. All of these communities are fragmented and suspicious of each other. And this is precisely what orthodoxy enjoys. If all of these countercultural impulses could make common cause, we would probably discover that we're 65 to 70% of the population. And so what is needed is a spirit of boundary dissolution between individuals, between classes, sexual orientations, rich and poor, man and woman, intellectual and feeling-toned types. If this can happen, then we will make a new world. And if this doesn't happen, nature is fairly pitiless and has a place for us in the shale of this planet where so many have preceded us.
We closed last night, or we discussed yesterday, a bumper sticker that I saw driving down here. And the bumper sticker said, man thinks, God knows. And then someone had bought a second copy of the bumper sticker and cut it apart and reversed it and put it under it. So it said, man thinks, God knows. God knows, man thinks. Now it seemed to me there was a lot going on in what was attempting to be expressed here. First of all, something about God, that God knows, that God exists in a superior state of intellection. Plato said time is the moving image of eternity. My notion of God's cognition is simply the regarding of all points in the space-time continuum with equal clarity. God knows. The limited program of knowing is thought, cognition. Man thinks. This is what man can do in imitation of the all-knowing and omniscient example of God. But implicit is that this is somehow a limited undertaking, this thinking of man. And some of you may recall the famous comment of Pascal that man is a reed bent by the wind. And then Pascal added, but a thinking reed. So then the second half of the conundrum was that God knows, man thinks. Now this, I thought, is very interesting because it seems to imply a relationship between the limited project of knowing, which is human thought, and the completed project of knowing, which is omniscience. God knows, man thinks. In a way, what this is saying is that God knows that man is making his way toward God. God knows, man thinks. God knows that man is participating in the same project of being that God regards from this higher dimensional space. And so then this meditation on these 4 lines closes with the recurso, which returns you then to this realization that what we are talking about is the project of knowing, Heidegger called it, carried out on 2 levels, on the level of omniscience and on the level of limited being. So then I meditated on this after we discussed it yesterday, and I thought tonight it might be interesting then to talk about the thinking project of, that is the essence of humanness on one level. The thinking project which has as its vector, I call it concrescence, following Whitehead's Neoplatonism, or one could call it God. Teilhard de Chardin called it the omega point, but the
process by which knowing transforms itself from some kind of aboriginal apperception of the possibility of God into union with God. And the process that lies between these 2 points is the story of the evolution of human consciousness, or more properly speaking, human history. And the interesting thing, I think, about the Western religions generally is their insistence on the tangentiality of God and history, that God was something to be realized in the life of each individual, but that there was also somehow a collective drama of redemption that was stretched out over a very large period of time. And history then becomes the theater, you see, of the struggle between good and evil for the redemption of the human soul. And from the modern point of view, or let's be more frank, from my point of view, this is primarily something to be analyzed within the context of language and our myths about it, and its evolution, and its potential future evolution. So and this is in my personal life the great mystery to me, because I feel that my intellectual style is that of a scientist, and I take very seriously science, and yet not only my faith, but my experience has led me to believe that the world is not a construction of space and time and matter and energy, that mapping is insufficient, that the world is instead some kind of a linguistic construct. It is more in the nature of a sentence or a novel or a work of art than it is in the nature of these machine models of interlocking law that we inherit out of 1,000 years of rational reductionism. The world only behaves as science says it should when we confine our engagement with it to information that is at a great distance from us, like reading the New York Times every day. If you read the New York Times every day, few miracles will occur while you are engaged in that activity. Essentially what is happening is you are getting your cultural programming for the day. All your switches, if any need to be reset by cultural values, are reset at that point. But when we recede into what I call the primacy of immediate experience, the rules and models that we've been handed by science and what's called common sense are just totally found to be inadequate. And I don't mean when we perturb ordinary consciousness with psychedelic drugs. I'll speak about that in a moment. But I simply mean when we go into solitude, when we go into wilderness, when we endure great travail in our lives, or when we put ourselves in extraordinary alien circumstances, then it's as though the membrane between the ego and something else, which we could call our guardian angel, or the Jungian unconscious, or the overmind, something like that, the membrane grows thin, and the world loses its, its mundane character. And instead, things previously mundane begin to become charged with psychic energy. They become carriers of meaning. They become carriers of meaning. this is very peculiar. At a low level, it's not so astonishing. It's a kind of generalized opening to the world, because everything is imbued with significance. That tree, that person, that greeting, that conversation is imbued with a kind of depth and significance that is satisfying. It's like living deeply. But this phenomenon can proceed to a deeper level of introspection and relationship to the exterior. And in that case then, this significance, which everything was previously seen to have, begins to compress or densify, and the world begins to dissolve into animate intelligence. Now, at this point, if you didn't bargain for this, you're probably very concerned about your mental condition. And if you aren't, your friends are. Because what you're saying at this point is, the rivers talk to me. The trees whisper in my ear. What you're recovering is the meaning. That's all. The meaning that is self-evident in nature, but that we block. The meaning is so pregnant in everything that it can actually articulate itself in your native English tongue. And, talking rocks, talking trees, talking boulders, we define this as pathology. It means, in technical jargon, a severely diminished ego is in danger of overwhelmment by material from the inchoate and disorganized unconscious. Well, but what's actually happening is that for the first time in somebody's life or experience, they are meeting the resident meaning in reality with its force, unblunted by conditioning and denying. And this is some kind of a linguistic process. We, and all nature, I think, swims in some kind of sea of signification, of which we are, in the same way that the amphibians were able to drag themselves out of the primitive oceans of this planet into air and exist in a completely different dimension. We, whether grandly or perversely, the verdict is not yet in, we dragged ourselves out of the sea of telepathic interconnected signification that united all life, and we exist panting and pop-eyed in this other dimension called history, ego awareness, presence of self, sense of loss, anticipation of gain. All of these dimensions of experience really have been added to what was previously the animal Tao, just the howling of the moon Tao of animal existence. And to this we have added, a dimension of future anticipation, a dimension of regret, a dimension of how do I make choices, and so forth and so on. There is not I don't put a moral judgment on this, but it has to be said that in the tradition of the West, this has been viewed classically as the fall. This is the fall into names instead of realities, into constructs of reality rather than reality itself. And this has now been inculcated into each and every one of us as, both the glory and the trauma of human existence, which is our extraordinary ability to reside in and be in language. So, for instance, I've made this example before. A child lying in a crib,
and a hummingbird comes into the room, and the child is ecstatic because this shimmering iridescence of movement and sound and attention, it's just wonderful. I mean, it is an instantaneous miracle when placed against the background of the dull wallpaper of the nursery and so forth. But then mother or nanny or someone comes in and says, "It's a bird, baby. Bird, bird." And this takes this linguistic piece of mosaic tile and places it over the miracle and glues it down with the epoxy of syntactical momentum. And from now on, the miracle is confined within the meaning of the word. And by the time a child is 4 or 5 or 6, no light shines through. They have tiled over every aspect of reality with a linguistic association that blunts it, limits it, and confines it within cultural expectation. But this doesn't mean that this world of signification is not outside, still existent, beyond the horizons, the foreshortened horizons of a culturally validated language. Well, so then classically the path through this has been through use of psychedelic plants or some form of ascetic practice or fasting or prayer and meditation, whatever, some way of breaking through. And it is literally presented as a breaking through, a penetration to another level, that culture is an imprisoning bubble of interlocking assumptions that are like a collective hallucination. I hate to say it because it's a recursive metaphor, but culture is like a delusion of some sort, because it isn't true, of course. It isn't true if you're a Witoto. It isn't true that you came from the piss of the anaconda god when he had to get out of his canoe at the first waterfall. That's not really true, but that's your cultural myth, and you live inside it. Our cultural myths, that the world is made of things called new mesons and antiprotons, is of course not true either. But it's a linguistic construct that we culturally validate and live inside. And these cultural myths give permission for certain things. Basically, they give permission to ignore certain kinds of realities. So our language is uniquely set up to ignore, for example, the suppression of femininity. It's also uniquely set up to suppress the statistically infrequent. We really have no patience with that. We have an assembly mind mentality. What we're interested in is that things run smoothly. One can imagine a completely different mentality that cared nothing for statistical norms and only pursued the miraculous. I mean, India, in a way, is that society. They don't give a hoot for, how it works on the humdrum level, but the alien, the peculiar, the other, the unexpected is revered, adored. So these kinds of cultural values shift, but now we are in a global culture with the combined understandings of 500, 600, 700 language groups and half that many literatures being poured into a global database where some people are assimilating enough of this to begin to play their part in the creation of a kind of global meta-program for language. And I think it's interesting to talk about the form that this may take, because I see this as this is not our salvation, but
this is the angel of salvation. If we can transform and remake language, then we can have the conversation that we must have in order to save ourselves. But we cannot save ourselves until we have a language adequate to the problem that we're facing. And English just won't do it, because English is a language of subject-object opposition. It's a language of a past, present, and future. And the kind of world we're living in is not that kind of world. Now, toiling in the background, misunderstood and unnoticed for centuries, have been mathematicians laboring to create what they call meta-languages of description that seem to them very satisfying, to the rest of us very bewildering. A question worth asking is, why is it that this language, mathematics, which we have so much trouble understanding, seems so tremendously powerful when it comes to the description of nature? This is not a trivial question. Why should numbers, in a sense the most abstract quintessence of the human mind, have anything whatsoever to say about the topology of three-dimensional space and time? It isn't clear. What I believe is happening, and we talked about this last night, generally in the form of a conservation of novelty throughout the history of the universe. But I tended last night to present the universe as a material thing. I spoke of atoms compressing into molecules, into organic creatures, into thinking beings with civilizations and so forth. But another way to think of this is a kind of take a spiritual X-ray of the material universe and then say, if matter is merely the vehicle of the transformations that we call the life of the universe, well then what is the inner dynamic composed of? What is it that is striving? What is it that bootstraps itself forward? What is it that self-reflects? Well, I think what it is it's actually information. Information is some kind of ontological modality that is capable of organizing any system in which it inhabits into self-reflection. So you pour information into matter and you get back DNA capable of making life. But there is a persistent spiritual tradition backed up by psychedelic and shamanic experience that says that there are also hierarchies of incorporeal and disincarnate intelligence that is nevertheless highly organized. Well, until the advent of the computer, I think we were just pretty much at a loss to form any conception whatsoever of how you could have consciousness without a body. But the computer shows us that you can have large-scale systems which have degrees, and then there's a long philosophical wrangle which we can just stamp as for another time, degrees of sentience in operating systems. So then it seems to mean that information is the thing which uses matter, uses light, uses spirit, uses whatever it can put its hands on to organize itself into higher and higher levels of self-reflection. Well, then, to what end? What is all this? Is it just an innate drive toward totality? Or is it a process which exists completed in some higher dimensional space, and we are somehow trapped in a lower dimensional matrix, and we have to endure the illusion that it is incomplete? I mean, I don't have answers for these things. This is the business of theologians, basically, to tell us where we are in this universal machine. But I think that what we can do to enrich our experience and to
feed data into our heuristic models is to begin to think in terms of language as the material that we need to work with instead of public opinion or matter or even energy. It's meaning that we need to coax into our lives. Number one, as meaning enters our lives individually, we become more capable of raising our voices, both in joyous song and in political protest, if necessary. My whole shtick, and the whole shtick of the psychedelic experience, I think, is reclaim immediate experience. Realize that you outvote all parliaments, police forces, and major newspapers on the planet, because who knows, they may be illusions. Complicated phenomenological forms of analysis can be carried out to show that their existence is in considerable doubt. But if you carry out this phenomenological reduction, you will discover that it reinforces the notion that you must actually exist and be real. So therefore, you start from that nub of immediate experience and real being, and extrapolation outward should be very provisional. I mean, I don't know how Buddhism handles this. I grant you all a strong possibility of existing, but I'm not nearly as sure about you as I am about me. And I don't think any of you should be more sure of the rest of us than yourself. I mean, the world could be anything, you know? It could be a solid state matrix of some sort. It could be an illusion. It could be a dream. And it really could be a dream. So it pays to stay on your toes, I think. In practical terms, what does all this come down to, besides that we should speak from the heart, clearly, and with our minds engaged? Well, I think that, remember I said we should see language as the stuff with which we work, rather than matter. And that means creating a technology of the sayable, making the complete understanding of new puns a national priority on a par with weapons development. It means exploring the real implications of substituting Finnegan's Wake for the Constitution, this sort of thing. Because what we're doing, you see, is pulling the beard of the linear printheads who really believe all of this stuff, who really are lost in the labyrinth of the political errors of the last 500 years. It isn't going, we can't overwhelm them by force of arms, nor should we wish to. They can actually be teased out of existence because they themselves feel their position to be so ridiculous. It's very interesting how the way the collapse of our enemy in the Soviet Union has exposed the absurdity of our previous positions. All our previous positions are now exposed as absurd, but people don't draw the obvious conclusion. It must also mean then that our present position is absurd. And so it's tremendously liberating. Our culture is ruined. It's a disgrace from which we can now simply walk away. Well, then the question is, into what? And I believe that our persistent fascination with psychedelic states of mind since prehistory forward has been because in the psychedelic state, from the very beginning, there was an anticipation of the very end. And the very end still lies ahead of us. What it is that our nervous system is in the process of evolving us through a linguistic transformation where language, which at the beginning of the process was something that you heard, at the end of the process becomes something that you actually see. And this simple shift from seeing to hearing is the key to our being able to finally recognize each other and communicate. Print and linearity and what's called ear bias for language is what has shattered our sense of ourselves as a collectivity. A positive way of putting it is to say it's also what created the idea of democracy, individual freedom, labor unions, the vote. All of these atomized notions of human obligation and political participation arise out of print. But so do ideas like that we're all alike, because letters from printing presses on pages are all alike. The idea that products should be mass-produced out of mass-produced subunits. This is a printhead notion. It could never have occurred to anyone outside the printing press culture and never has. These ideas have imparted to our existence a tremendous material opulence and intellectual poverty and spiritual uniformity. And now, literally, we have to illuminate our civilization. We have to take its shoddy, spiritually empty Bauhaus skeleton and illuminate it, psychedelicize it, let 1,000 paisleys bloom. In other words, release the design process from a commitment to material values. Well, how can you do that? Because the bottom line of material values is the bottom line. It costs. The reason we build in the Bauhaus style, for whatever reason we got into it, we now build in that style because it's the cheapest around. And once you start adding filigrees and changing things, costs soar. How can you do that in a civilization with a cult of democratic values, individualism, and print-created linear uniformity? Well, the only way you can do it is you have to drop design costs to zero. The only way you can do that is if you build virtually. This means you build in an electronic dimension that is added on to ordinary cultural space like an orthogonal dimension. In other words, it's like a TV that you walk into. It's called cyberspace. And in cyberspace, things are built out of light. So it costs as much to build Versailles as it costs to build a hamburger stand, because Versailles and the hamburger stand are just two programs that look exactly the same on disk. So what this means is that the previous set of class-created values based on the acquisition and control of matter begin to break down. This is already happening in America on one level where, to live as a middle-class person is to live on a better level than the Mughal emperors ever dreamed of. I mean, what Mughal emperor could stride to his refrigerator and see cases of French mineral water, juices from the South Seas, pomegranates from South America? Eat your heart out, Mughal Delhi. No chance. So, in a sense, we're beginning to create this leveling, but we have created it by looting the material resources of the rest of the world. Conceivably, it can be created in a virtual space where we would all live in this world, a rather monkish existence. But, there's that wonderful passage in Finnegan's Wake where he says, he's speaking of the red light district of Dublin, which is called Moycane. And he says, here in Moycane we flop on the seamy side, but up in the end, prospector, you sprout all your worth and you whoop your wings. If you want to be phoenixed, come and be parked. Well, he was advocating death as a solution to life's problems. If you want to be phoenixed, come and be parked. my solution is not so radical. I think if you want to be phoenixed, come and be parked at your local virtual reality arcade. And then you can be phoenixed in several ways. Well, some of what I'm saying here is facetious. We talked last night about Stan Temen's wonderful object. For those of you who weren't here, this is a man, a Kabbalistic scholar, who has developed a piece of sculpture such that when you illuminate it from a certain angle, the Hebrew letter Aleph appears as a shadow, and then you move the light slightly, and Aleph turns into Bet, and then you move the light slightly, and so on. In order, his sculpture produces all of the Hebrew letters as shadows from this beautiful form, which he calls the lily. And it ties in with an experience that I had. Well, first let me talk a little bit more about this lily thing that Temen has discovered. He also made one for Demotic Greek, which, for those of us who thought it was proof positive that Hebrew was the language of God, this was a real blow to the chest. But because he did one for Demotic Greek too, and it works just as well, implying, and he's working on Arabic, implying that perhaps such forms exist for all alphabets. And so then I was thinking about this last night, and I said, well, if there's a sculpture in 3 dimensions that throws the 2-dimensional alphabets, then obviously in a higher dimension there must be a form which throws into lower dimensions the sculptures that make the alphabet. So that means all alphabets, all letters lead back to a hyperdimensional surface of some sort, which can probably then be described with some kind of weird fractal algorithm. And so then I thought, wow, this is a pretty Hebraic vision of what's going on here. We have the alphabets of local languages being generated from higher dimensional objects that are 3-dimensional, that are then referent to still higher dimensional objects that through which the light of God's love passes, scattering out into the radiance of what can be said. And in a way, this is sort of my vision of the millennium, that we will be resorbed into the Word. The whole story begins in principio et verbo, and verbo caro factum est. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was made flesh. The whole cosmic drama is the mystery of what it is for the Word to be made flesh. Language is seeking to birth itself into the domain of concrete existence. That's obviously what the Word made flesh means. And it seems to me that if the Word can be made flesh, this implies a reciprocity. It implies that the flesh can be made Word. And this brings us back to what I was talking about at the very beginning of this evening, which is the curiously literary nature of reality. That it's much more like a novel by Thomas Pynchon than it is like an equation by Ilya Prigogine. And why is that? Is it because, in fact, the flesh is Word, and that understanding is the real task of uncovering our spirituality? Somehow it's a riddle, it's a conundrum, it's a koan. If we could correctly understand this, if the world did not disappear immediately, at least it would roll around in the palm of your hand like a spinning marble, as the I Ching promises. It's something about the recognition of the primacy of the Word, that history is the process of the descent of the Word into concrete expression, I didn't say matter, and that our relation to this retroflexive process is an ascent into the Word, a going toward the approaching mystery and a meeting there in a domain of unknowability. Essentially, I mean, this is the casting into being I talked about. This is the going to meet the stranger. This is the flight of the alone to the alone that is the driving force of the timelessness mysticism. Well, that's really all I have to say about that.
Well, I want to explain a little bit about why I should use it, why I'm qualified. A few years ago, my wife and partner organized land in Hawaii as non-profit that we were attending botanical garden. And this is a unique botanical garden with our focus is on psychoactive plants and plants of history of shamanic receipt. And even though we're a very modest effort, it turns out we're the only people in the world, as far as we can tell, who are actually unique. You're all aware of the speed at which the rainforests of the world are being cleared. But what is never mentioned is the even more rapid disappearance of folk knowledge about the rainforest. I am an optimist, and I believe that eventually the rainforest clearing will be halted, and there will be huge preserves in the tropics. But nothing will halt the homogenization of human knowledge and the abandonment of localized ancient folkways in favor of kind of generic kinds of understanding that operate in world cultural model. In the next 30 years, it's going to be the last opportunity that we will have to preserve 50, 100,000 years of medical knowledge relevant to the tropics. So this is the real world work that my wife and I do, and Ken runs it on a day-to-day basis. I expose it. She does the groundwork and organizes the expedition and the collection. If any of you are a philanthropic bent, this is something I would be interested in discussing on our own. For the rest of you, I think we want to inform you that this kind of effort is going on. If you find yourself in exotic foreign countries or planning to travel to remote tribal areas, we would be interested in signing you up to help in our collection efforts. I believe that the collecting and preserving of these psychedelic and psychoactive plants is equivalent to the preserving of ancient manuscripts that was done for ages, preserving things we don't understand for the brighter day when society will create an open enough climate of inquiry that these things can actually be looked at. Well, so much for that. As far as my qualifications, they're pretty minimal in the academic realm. I have a degree in conservation of natural resources from the University of California, Berkeley, which is a little medicine. I have a degree in tap dancing from the University of Antarctica. But from the time that I was a very small child, I was an edge runner. And I don't know why, but this turned out to be a very fruitful natural style beginning to end for the exploration of edging, the oldest books, the forgotten countries, the unpronounceable islands, that sort of thing. And I was a rock collector, a butterfly collector, an amateur rocketeer, and all these things. And when I analyzed these pursuits of mine, it was the pursuit of a certain flash of iridescence. The iridescence that you get when you break open ore-bearing rock, or the iridescence that you get when you capture certain kinds of butterflies, tropical diamonds, or the contemplative. In other words, pushing out at the edge of the permissible, at the edge of the probable, looking for a certain something, scintilla, a spark, a possibility. And as I matured and became a bottle-eyed chess master and a real science fair competitor, I came to understand, I came to assimilate the methodology of science, which is not particularly at the top of its share of the market at the moment. But I assimilated that, and I discovered the second part of the method that has been so serviceable to me, which is the good stuff can take pressure. The good stuff doesn't have to be looked at sideways. In other words, if something is real, you can stress it, you can test it. It doesn't require belief. This was, for me, a great intellectual watershed. The understanding that belief of any sort was a kind of encumbrance to the relationship that I was attempting to have with what I naively call reality. That was the thing. And eventually, this strategy of edge running led me into psychedelics. I had had the fortune to make my way to the University of California at Hearth. So I was at, this was 1965, I was at ground zero of the impending cultural implosion. My good fortune. But at that point, discovering psychedelics, I realized that not only the tired cliche that everything you know is wrong, but also that whatever is true cannot even be imagined. And since I discovered this on my own, I don't feel under any kind of constraint not to talk about it. I wasn't initiated by any secret society. Nobody swore me to silence. So I seem to have gotten through a number of filters. I feel perfectly empowered to talk about this thing which I think nobody is supposed to talk about. And I don't need the legal, scientific, and social side of that very interesting at all. Who cares? I mean that the world we are living is not at all as the linguistic structures we inherited would have us happen. But we are actually living inside some kind of artificial construction, which is potentially permeable by human understanding, but to date has not been. And we have been very much on the surface. The question that I raise constantly with myself, and it's just in talk about it, is just what is going on? Just what do you think is going on? I mean, have you backed off from it? Do you have a grip on the outlines of the problem? Or are you just sort of adrift inside the context? Because the situation is quite peculiar, friends. What we have here is a kind of creature made out of information, apparently loose in an environment of meaning, on the surface of the planet, upon which gene swarm is happening. And all of these things, gene swarming, self-reflection, production of epigenetic codes like writing, this sort of thing, have no recipe. We don't go out and collect other forms of these things. They all are generated out of us. We, as moderns, as inheritors of Cartesian rationalism, look out at a universe that our science tells us is energy, matter, conservation of mass and momentum, and yet we never notice the peculiar enigma posed by the question, who's looking? Who's looking? How is it possible that the coextensive continuum of apparent being is coordinated inside organism into an experience of ongoing becoming with which we have some kind of identification? This is very weird. It should provoke more comment than it is. I think it's fairly easy to compress the entire history of philosophy into the process of achieving age 8. By age 8, most of us, if we have the time on our hands, are able to carry out an analysis of being where we reach the conclusion that everything is advancing narcissism. Now, we understand this. We understand that light being reflected from objects that creates neurochemical events which reconstruct the image of the outlook. So we pay lip service to this idea that everything is a neurological event. But in fact, we have a very strong faith in the so-called three-dimensional Newtonian world. And yet, this is the thing that can be deconstructed on psychedelics. It shows us something which we give lip service to, but which is very hard to raise to the level of a felt experience. And that is that the world is made of language. It is made of language. This is not, something you say at sales meetings to boost sales. This is bedrock as far as I can tell, and everything else is unconcerned rumor. Well, then, what is language? What is it the world is made of? Well, then this becomes dicey, because the tool for describing language is language. And, you don't have to graduate to Logic 3 to understand that there's a self-limiting program involved in something carrying out the description itself, which we call language. It can't be done. Does that mean then that language can only be understood from the vantage point of the unspeakable? I think so. We didn't know what that meant. We thought the unspeakable was like science. That is what it is. The unspeakable is the ground of language. Well, how did we get into this situation? This is part of the question that relates to what is going on. How did we get into this situation? If you came in a flying saucer and observed the Earth, I think you would come to the conclusion that the breakout process or the anomaly is the human element. Animals of all sorts have existed and integrated into all kinds of ecosystems, and only in the phenomenon of human beings do you get this breakout away from genetics, away from the raw transmission of hereditary characteristics, and into a whole realm of a whole omnitus possibility, which is everything. Codes self-generated language, song, dance, painting, chanting, all of these things are forms of expression, but they are not genetic expression. What seems to be happening on this planet, at least, and in the universe generally, is a conservation of complexity, a speeding up of process, and a conservation of complexity. Now, the ordinary theory of evolution is thought to be a theory that is confined within the domain of biology. It's a theory of how one organism supersedes another and there is advancement form. That scientists are very nervous with the extent the concept of evolution to the inorganic verse at large. And yet, if you think about the light versus wall or part of philosophy, you know that we all began as an infinitely small, dense, hot dot. But that didn't last long because there wasn't much going on, because there was so much energy that no arrangements could be made. Then there was a massive explosion and a tremendous drop in temperature, and at that point, atomic free atoms, electrons would settle in orbits around atomic nuclei, and you get atomic chemistry, which condenses into stars, pure hydrogen, which profile iron and carbon. You get more complex chemistry with more complex bond possibilities. This allows the molecular bond to form for the first time. Suddenly, an entire universe of possibilities springs into being, and at the end of that cascade of possibilities is organic life. Organic life then contorts and conserves information, holds and imparts and replicates and distorts, and you get more and more advanced forms of higher plant organisms, plants, and animals. Ultimately, this process ushers into human beings with culture, electronic culture, and then finally the cataclysmic connectedness of the 20th century. From a psychedelic point of view, this is all a connected process. You see, the Newtonian scientific lifted human beings out of the center of the cosmos properly and set them off to one side. Small planet, small star, small galaxy to one side. And only in a refreshing dose of realism to the monotheistic ego it created out of medieval eschatology. But in a way, it's unsatisfying because the felt presence of experience has a centrality to it. And we do feel that we are evoke, at least to ourselves. Well, can we create a metaphysic that is true to what is observed of the universe and true to our intuition? Yes, we can if we see history as the imperator and the culminating process of all these other processes. And then, if we see ourselves installed at the cutting edge, at the leading edge of history, as its major players and actors. And this is, in fact, the situation. I mean, have you ever stopped to consider how many people didn't screw up for you to be sitting here tonight? You know, your ancestors, how many times there were opportunities for, you know, the saber-tooth tiger to strike back, or the hunt to fail, or the beaver to swim through, or the breast to go dry, or how many times were there opportunities that somebody had their eye on the ball, somebody paid attention? You are the inheritor of that process. There's a lot of talk in the New Age stage about the Tao of the ancestors, or Tao. Well, what does the Tao of the ancestors mean? Except that you are the rearranged genetic component of your particular genetic stream, and your grandfather, your great-uncle, your grandmother, your great-aunt had ways of doing things. Hitting peaches, planting beans, trimming flagstone. That's the Tao of the ancestors. But there's a way to do things. And when we do things that way, that's the appropriate way to do it. And you can tell it's the appropriate way because Gary's very manageables. That's what the Tao is. It is appropriate activity. And from a psychedelic point of view, when we analyze the state of the world, what we see is not that there are many successive races and their evolution is being made. Not that there are many problems, but that there's really just one problem. The problem is, well, it can be defined in many ways, but it's basically that we are inappropriate to ourselves. We are ill-ego. We have a narcissism that we cannot put down. Why? Given what we know about evolution and how it tries to smooth the way, why do we have a maladaptive relationship with reality? It doesn't make any sense. Well, here's why. It's nobody's fault, first of all. It has to do with the fact that the monkey is lagging behind the dynamics of the planet. 3 million years ago, we were happy with the trees of Africa in the canopy, tropical and floral forests of Africa. And in the way of planets, there are long cycles of drying and aerification. And a cycle like that began. And these arboreal primates, which have a social form and a complex kind of pack signaling, they were fruitarian and highly specialized animals, came under environmental pressure because of the retreat of these canopus rainforests and their replacement by grasslands. When an animal comes under environmental pressure like that, it has to expand its diet or face extinction. It's just that simple. Now, to my mind, the great unexamined dynamic of evolutionary theory is God. Especially evolution. Why? It works like this. These monkeys are under pressure to expand their diet. Therefore, they must experiment with new kinds of food. When you experiment with new kinds of food, you are opening yourself up to exotic chemicals and mutagenic compounds present in plants. Plants produce these things to ward off predation, discourage insects, attract pollinators, various reasons. But chemically speaking, the very compounds which are pheromones, sexual attractants, or poisons are also in the chemical families that impact on human physiology. Alkaloids, steroids, hormones, neurotransmitters, and yes, psychedelic drugs. These things are all present in the diet. Well, the peculiar way in which we differ from the other primates, speaking generally, is that we have what are called neonatal characteristics. The persistence of infantile characteristics in adulthood is typical of human beings. This is why we have this extremely long period of semi-non-functionality up to age 16 or something, not fully This is incredible for an animal. This means we're almost like kangaroos. You know, when the kangaroo is born, it's 8 inch long. It lives in the mother's pouch. It's actually out of the body in maggot form. And our hairlessness and our large skull and numerous characteristics are neonatal and were probably produced by mutations, alkaloids, and things like that in the diet. The one I wanted to call to your attention is silksong, because here is the scenario of human emergence, and I define it to conflict. This is how it happened. Here's how to boy the cabbage, or something. Part of this pressure to expand diet had to do with abandoning vegetarianism and turning on to the fact that there were huge amounts of protein on the hood in these grasslands in the form of ungulate mammals that were developing in the same environment. So these pack-hunting primates began to take an interest in these ungulate mammals and is, the technical term is coprolitic, dung-like, something like that. And these dung-like coprolitic mushrooms contain psilocybin. Well, if you've ever been in the belt environment or any environment where these pasture mushrooms are happening, they're extremely noticeable in the environment. I mean, I have seen them in the Amazon the size of human plates. You can see them, 300 yards away in a pasture. Also in Kenya, I've observed personally hat hunting baboons, or they're into drugs that locate under cow pies. And so their technique is to run around whipping over cow pies and picking up weird things and smelling and tasting. This means that the mushroom is planted directly in the evolutionary path of these evolving primates. They're moving on the grasslands, they're following the birds, they're looking for the game it kills, and they're encountering mushrooms and testing them for food value. Okay, very simple three-step process. When you take psilocybin in very small amounts so small that subjectively you don't notice anything. Ron Fisher did tests in the 1960s, and he showed, using rats and later graduates, that small amounts of psilocybin actually increase visual acuity. And he gave people eye tests, a particular kind of eye test where there were two parallel bars, and by turning a crank out of sight of the test subject, we could deform these bars so they were no longer parallel, and the subject would push a button and they felt the bars down parallel. No question, a very slow discovery. Picked this up much faster than an ordinary person. Okay. You don't have to be an evolutionary biologist to know if there's a plant in the environment, a hunting animal, that will improve the visual acuity of that hunting animal, then those animals that admit that into their diet are going to outbreed the other individuals who don't admit it into their diet, because they're going to have more success at hunting, which means more food, which means more babies and more successful loads, so forth and so on. First step. Second step, slightly more psilocybin. Now what happens? Psilocybin is a very hallucinogen like LSD, cocaine, so forth. Beta-carbolines, DMT. Okay, it's a CNS activator. That means that it is going to cause CNS arousal. Forget CNS, it's going to cause arousal. Forget arousal, that means erection. Okay, so in the mid-range dose on psilocybin, it's causing an interest in sexual activity, increased generalized arousal, but it's a beach and scratch, usually settle down to get away. This is just how arousal works. Okay, so then, it's like, and now what is this doing? It's like an aphrodisiac or something in the food chain of this animal. What is it doing? It's causing more of what primatologists call successful copulations. And these successful copulations are happening in the presence of increased food source because of increased visual acuity. So you see what is happening. The factors are going to snowball the movement the outbreeding of the non-mushroom using part of the population. Then at still higher levels of psilocybin ingestion, you get the full-blown psychedelic ecstasy, which even we as minds would highly psilocybin under our own. We don't know what's going on. We are as primitive in the face of it as people in the Magdalene were. So that it introduces the notion of a transcendent other, a translinguistic reality, the experience of the logos, the unspeakable, in other words, religion. So here's a three-step process. Increased success in hunting brings increased food supply, which brings increased sexual activity. was all happening in the ambiance of this tremendous psychedelic experience. Now, I think that alone is sufficient to make the case that it must have been the old alkaloids in the early human diet that catapulted us into this extraordinary relationship to language and cognition that we had. But there's more to it than that. Because we just lost this thing called the psychedelic experience. After all, what is it? Well, and then we try to go into it and say, what is it? I think that a number of issues are coming together that may not have appeared to be related. The hysteria components in our society, the apparent approach of the end of all life as we know it on this planet, and our political thought patterns. Well, now, what does all of this have to do with a hypothesized relationship of proto-humans to a food source and the Elves in Africa and in the Hearth? Well, I just prefer this kind of big picture analysis. And what I think happened is that if you know anything about monkeys, they are not very pleasant creatures. They have a male dominance hierarchy. It's called an alpha male primate. It's everybody around. Keeps the good woman for himself, good food, and so forth. As we look at lower primates, it's a fairly discouraging picture. But I believe that shamanism, in its heyday, was, not the feeble curing of psychological ailments that we grant to shamanism on the borders of the third world today. But that it was a deeper understanding of nature and humanity than we possess right now. And that what behind shamanism and paganism did was it put us into a quasi-symbiotic relationship with the mind. That there is actually a chemical network of communication. The Earth is a living organism, yes, but it's also a reflective mind organism. This is beyond what Lovell and all those people to say. This is not based on science. This is based on the experience of reading and management on the other side of science. The Earth is some kind of conscious entity, and it is managing itself toward an end. We are embedded in a plan. We are not a breakaway mutation. We are a desperate response to something. And what was going on back there behind Buddha was, on a very regular basis, human beings in this nomadic hunter-gatherer situation were taking mushrooms together as a religious ritual. They were dissolving boundaries. This is what we experience when we take psilocybin. The generalized description of psychedelic experience is it dissolves boundaries. And the main boundary that it was dissolving and that it does dissolve is the ego. Psychedelics are an inoculation against selfishness at the expense of values. And it is selfishness at the expense of good values that is shoving us toward Armageddon. These pastoralist, mushroom-taking, godless worshiping, equilibrium partnership societies were the solution to the human problem. They had achieved a kind of dynamicism that we can only envy. They were fully minded. Their thoughts were deeper than our thoughts. Their poetry was richer than our poetry. They didn't do things. They didn't have a divine relationship to man. Because every new and full moon they were taking mushrooms and jumping on each other in a big heap, and this was making a care of children was generalized, it was a group phenomenon, and so then what happened? If it was so wonderful, what the hell happened? And again, no blame, no blame. What happened was that the very processes that created this perfect world, which were a process of gradual drying of the optical continent, forced its monkeys out of the trees into this grassland, symbiotic, pastoral, nomadic adaptation. That drying process continued. And the grass dried up, the water holes got further and further apart, and the mushroom festivals were no longer held every Saturday night, they were held once a month, and then solstices and equinoxes, and then solstices, and then every 2 years. And the other thing that was going on was there was frantic pressure to try to figure out how to preserve the ancient Pacific so hard. And the only solution was honey. And honey is a material which lends itself to return to need. And need is an alcoholic beverage. And the difference between a psilocybin pulp and an alcoholic beverage is the difference between church and North Beach. So around 9,500 years ago, it wouldn't work in Africa anymore. It was insupportable. And these people began moving out into the Nile Valley and what is now Palestine. And if you know anything about the archaeology of the Nile, you know that before this, the stratigraphy is basically empty. You got the slaves on control. Then it goes to the shaman, empty. And against his will, he puts big pressure on him to go with him into the wilderness. And there, they cut down the tree. This is what he does. The first act, take the first man, the first moment of the story of now meanwhile, the Semite, their story, is the story of his first drug balls. This woman finds this plant, the caretaker of the garden has put up signs which say don't eat this plant, she eats it and the shit hits her hand. And I recommend to you a thorough reading of Genesis. It's astonishing what's going on. Here we have Yahweh, after this little contemplative is taking place, Yahweh is wandering around in the garden. He speaks, don't ask him to do. He speaks and he says, so the issue is, everybody can see the issue is having knowledge, the tension over the fact that there would be laws if the plant knowledge were available. And to limit I think that women were in the scope of this plant. I think the plant was a feminist. Create setting clouds of earth. You're wounding it, and from there to this moment, it's just the broken line. It's that wonderful camp that we saw in 2001, where the ball is thrown into the air, and as it comes down, it's a space station. The rest is history is the story of the cancers not showing its institution, its structures, its strategies, its flaws, its work every single angle. And I think that philosophy has a certain one God that wraps it in one statement. But you've got to be a little more subtle here. Let's take a Jungian perspective for a moment. Our gods are the images that we collectively empower ourselves to emulate. And if our God is omnipotent, omniscient, never wrong, always right, utterly unforgiving, this is a joke. Who needs this? We don't need this. Our image of deity is pathological. Our image of deity is the image of the cancer without taint, ego. And until we do something about this, we end up prayer of snowballing hell, exhortation, and now time is running out. Time is running out. It was not for nothing that this psychedelic surge occurred in the city. The human story is not going to be allowed the luxury of being a comedy. What a comedy is, a comedy done with joy. This is going to be a tragedy because the cards are on the table. If you drown because this boat is sinking, it's because you couldn't bother to wander over and find a lifeboat. That's the kind of situation. By analyzing the archaic conflict, which was the last safe moment this species ever knew. So what? Guys, go for the night. Don't even ill, as it's called. Now let's go. The last safe moment we ever knew. And then comes the captivity, history, and absolute thunder. And it can only fly out. This thing right down. Did all the people get freezed to death and stomped on by mastodons and eaten by saber tigers and rattlers? So you can go. You with your Mercedes and your 40-foot television set, it can't be that lame, So then, how does one, what is it done? Like the Tolstoyan question, what is it done? Is it I think that the way psychedelic works is you must establish a level of authenticity of yourself. These will be reality. And then become a walking social catalyst, regulator, mean generator, whatever you want to do. It's authentic understanding without gratitude. Psychedelics is not psychedelics are stupid. I mean, you can have psychedelics as right. It's just that you have to drive your car an hour for it to be a complete wheel. And then you come out of that ready to talk turkey. We lose too many people there. Because you see, what we're in is serious denial. I mean, the capacity of the Western mind for denial of forgiveness is just mind-blowing. abstract expressions of psychedelic. We are now exploring this domain. The analogy of cultural crisis is late 15th century, the 1490s, printing was invented in minus 40 by 1492, the New World had been discovered. It's 1490. We need to go somewhere. We don't know quite where, but we can almost taste it. What it is that we are getting set to take flight into what has always been our destiny. We're special. We are not outside the plane, but we're in it at the point that the rest of our destiny is not really complete. We are the hands of the planetary mind, and the technologies that we have assembled are for the purposes of the planetary mind. Surely it must sense the finite nature of the life of the planet and the star itself. We are a kind of strategy for connectivity. Someone once said animals are a strategy invented by plants to plant seeds of them. Well, human beings are a strategy invented by nature for catalyzing natural process. Clearly, the whole planet is sterile. We are preparing to be part for a dimension which cannot be called the imaginative. This is what culture is. 8,000 years ago, we began to crowd cities and build walls and find them. That is of the expressions of mental states. That's what we're doing. These are all features of organic matter put in that of design to create a world that we want. actually caused the low-dimensional phenomenon we call reality. The transcendental object is kind of tangential to historical phenomenon. But that's what this is all about. That 100 years from now, the Earth will be empty of people. There won't be a one. I mean, the breeze will be the grasses. We will be walking. Where? Yes, who knows? There's hope. We have to find the door because places filling up with shit. It's very simple. And there are many doors. There's a door, extension. You want them apples. If you can't find any other door, nature will kick open that door and you see right through it. And yet, needless law, creativity on a scale unbelievable. We can find it everywhere. There's no problem. We have technologies. We say, give it, set, the will, the mental quality lacking in us, the will to live, the will to undertake planetary science departments, the will to make a plan that has a 20-year, a 50-year, and a 500 benchmark. But we are going to have to very see far into far. And this brings me around to that fact. We are inevitable thought if we do not avail ourselves of the psychedelic. It is on a par step. It makes my flesh crawl to imagine someone going from burden to prey without ever being fed. Fortunately, life is scripted in such a way you escape this edifying experience, which most who question around age alone would seek to avoid. Well, the psychedelic experience is not made inevitable, except by it. But a mature exploration of life includes if it shows you who you are. It gives you an tour of the Japanese quarters. You may not have even known the Japanese quarters existed, but how much is there in to explain? We need to eliminate the unconscious mind. This is a we cannot, in an era of 30-minute delivery of chemicals and disrupting where do not have the luxury of carrying around an enraged, full climate. We cannot afford the luxury of the unconscious, the hidden hope, the unexamined drive, the misunderstood acquisition. The only way we can correct them this is what society wants. When the medieval world was stuff, they returned to the classical ones as well. This is classical. Classicism was created centuries ago. Rather than a roaming around for 1,000 years, when a society of reality, a thorough recommitment to a revitalization of religion based on experience, not on mechanics, but on an experience. And there's all kinds of stuff in experience. This is all, as far as I'm concerned, a lot. These things do things, they move you around all these ways. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about, simultaneously sharing light, peace, and joy in that place because of the intensity of the proximity of the mystery. And it's not difficult. It merely requires courage. Whoever went into the ashram with the knees knocking with terror over what the next yoga is going to be. I mean, give me a break. We're talking about the real thing, and you know what the real thing is. And it's assimilated by an act of courage and an act of responsibility and an act of understanding. If we commit ourselves back to something the body it is our hope. I think it says someone separated from understand part of the story for 15,000. And we've been running from department to department. Is it tennis rackets? Is it bicycles? Is it sleds? What is it? Chili, this thing? No. We have to return to an authentic psychedelic shopping that is rooted in our experience. We can empower our experience. We will see we easily manipulate democratic masses, forward democratic masses. If we empower and become reacquainted with the authentic nature within us, then we won't do nothing. This is what happens. Or why? They corrupted the law because they saw our strong change and not where it is. So, it's not where it's at. Things don't make us happy. They don't bring us this. They don't give us it. It's so ridiculous society that living on this planet. Shamanism with curry and violence. The last decimal and otherwise, or now the purpose of this no, I give them one chance. And there is
resonance You gotta watch that. On the other hand, if you can control it, it's a source of great richness and inner amusement. Just to see, somebody comes scrambling up who needs their book signed, and you notice that, who you've got in front of you is Charlie Chaplin or Adolf Hitler or something. Everyone has these people inside them, and they come and go on the surface. I mean, you aren't who you think you are. You aren't even who you think you are. It's very, very tricky, yeah. All cultures are embedded in this culture. I mean, on this island, you can find Amazonian Indians, you can find Sufi saints, you can find Satanists. It's all here from within walking distance of where we're sitting. Yeah, synchronicity, all that stuff is very peculiar. I remember I was in a restaurant a few years ago in Malibu with a bunch of Hollywood people, and there was this woman there, this French woman, and she wasn't terribly hip, but she had been introduced by somebody from my shtick, so we were all there, and she said, "C'est that it speaks to you, but I don't understand. Speak, what do you mean?" And I said, "Well, it can take on various personas. For instance, thinking that she was a film producer, her in this. I said, remember the role that Steiger played in The Pawnbroker? Well, sometimes the mushroom is like that." And at that moment, Steiger leaned across the table to be introduced to everybody. And so then we all shook hands with Rod Steiger. He went back to his table, and Ralph Abraham, who had been sitting across from the French woman and I, watching this whole thing, leaned over and said to me, "You see here, it's just the mushroom's way of showing you that it can reach out and touch you anywhere." Anyway, it does, the mushroom is very much like I said to it once, what are you doing on this planet? He said, "Listen, you're a mushroom, you look cheap." This was not such a bad neighborhood till the monkeys went nuts. Probably staved off serious work about as long as we can. Unless well, today's thing is sort of a return to a orthodox education kind of mode, only not such a degree that it's boring. But the agenda is to talk about hermeticism and alchemy, the way in which this tradition, which is counterintuitive and heterodox, if not heretical from the point of view of Christianity, and what it can mean for the present, what it means for the psychedelic experience, what it means for the notion of the end of history, and how the loss of this point of view has probably done us a certain amount of damage. The great tension in the Middle Ages was between the late Middle Ages was between the magical schema, the magical view of human beings, and the Christian view. And the Christian view is very strongly marked by the idea that of man's fall, that we screwed up early on, and somehow then, by virtue of that, the Chinese or something, but it's just in the air we breathe. It's what Western civilization makes you think what you want and things that are not. Even if you these traditions. For us, the concept of that you've got to pay dues. That's the idea that human beings are wholehearted with deity in the project of being. This is the basis of all magic. You see, in a Christian context, magic is heresy because it implies that man can command God to act. In other words, that in some strange way, the magician compels nature to behave as the magician desires. In Hermeticism, it isn't so much good in terms of hell, but the idea is that humanity, human beings, men and women, great spiritual accomplishments, are co-partners in the project of being, and that God, as it were, stepped off the stage of creation with only 90%, and the rest is left in the hands of his brother. The Hermetic actually refers to humanity as the brother of God. So it's a completely different attitude for being. It's an empowering attitude. With power comes potential to abuse power, because you're no longer a worm. Remember that image in Jonathan Edwards' sermon, Sinners in the Hands of an Angry God, where he says you're like a worm suspended over an abyss, held there only by the love of a merciful God. Implying that if you were a merciful God, you would let go of your thread and you would go down the pit. In the Hermetic magic view, human beings are not tainted by original sin. And no ideology is without potential of abuse. The Hermetic attitude in the Renaissance was summed up in a single aphorism by the great Renaissance playwright Marcello Ficino. And what he said was, and I have to, there's no sexism in all of this. We have to realize these guys were primitive types, so they had to confront their political issues. When they say man, they mean humanity. The Renaissance magical attitude is summed up in Ficino's aphorism: man is the measure of all things. And this is a double-edged sword, because in a single affirmation, you cast off the guilt trip. You cast off the view of ourselves as flawed creatures. But when you say man is the measure of all things, you could be the chairman of the board of Louisiana Pacific or Dow. And this is approximately their attitude. In other words, it ain't rainforests, not the life of the earth, it's none of that malarkey. We are to be the measure of all things. So it has to be tempered. We'll probably end up talking a bit here about the pathological expression of the Hermetic position, which is called Faustianism. And Faustianism is where you have unbridled ego, unbridled faith in the intellect, so that you proceed forward without self-doubt. If you haven't read about it, it's a surprising read. First of all, it's very funny. It's hilarious. Funnier than any Shakespeare story. And the way it ends is the guy dedicates himself to land reclamation, draining fear of these misunderstandings has to do with this ferments. The Renaissance really believed that Hermes was a great teacher of antiquity who preceded Moses, was in time older than Moses, and they had what they called the priestly theologians, the three theologians. They were Hermes Trismegistus, Moses, and Orpheus, in that order. And the reason that I say Western civilization is built on a series of misunderstandings is because they got it all wrong about Hermes Trismegistus. There was great confusion and unhappiness in the 16th century. Marie Cassaron, who was an early philologist, attacked the dating of the Hermetic corpus and argued correctly that this could not possibly have been written in a period preceding Moses, that in fact this was post-Christian, written no earlier than the 1st century AD. This is the equivalent of us finding out that, George Washington was alive in Greenwich Village in the 1930s. And it was a completely mind-bending realignment of how people wanted history. And unfortunately, because they had up to that time thought that when you study Hermes Trismegistus, you were reading the oldest philosopher in human history. Actually, it's very late. And in a way, this is what destroyed the magical alternative. The advent of modern philology showed that these so-called ancient texts were not ancient at all. They were late Roman, they were Hellenistic, and so strongly was imprinted in the Western mind that what's called, talked about it here, what's called the nostalgia for paradigms. In other words, the belief that the older it is, the better it is. And Giambattista Vico and La Ciencia Nuova laid the basis for this kind of thinking. It's called classicism. So once they found out that the Hermetic corpus had been written in late Roman times, it was like it was vindicated. And science was basically used with the fusion of the magical community at that point to force its own agenda very strongly. There have been numerous episodes of misplaced dating like this that have contributed to confusion around the history of magic. For example, I but Rosicrucianism rests on a whole bunch of phony dates because they want to capture that somebody named Christian Rosencrantz wrote a book called Chemical Wedding and sealed it up in a time capsule in the 12th century, and that it was then dug up in the 15th. Dug up in the 16th century, but actually all these Rosicrucian documents were ponied up by people in the 16th century who had a very complicated agenda. Hermetic philosophy is based on what is called the Hermetic corpus. It's a group of books, the most important of which is called the Asclepius. And these books, most of I'm reading from Book 9 of the Corpus Hermeticum in the Scott translation. This is a 4-volume set. I only brought the text translation along, but if you read Greek, it's all here. If you don't, it's all here in English. But this will just give you a feeling for the approach. If then you do not make yourself equal to God, you cannot apprehend God, for light is known by light. Leap clear of all that is corporeal, and make yourself to a like expanse of that greatness which is beyond all measure. Rise above all time, and become eternal. Then you will apprehend God. Think that for you too nothing is possible. Deem that you too are immortal, and that you are able to grasp all things in your thought, to know every craft and every science. Find your home among every living creature. Make yourself higher than all heights, and lower than all depths. Bring together in yourself all opposites, qualities, heat, cold, dryness, wisdom. Think that you are everywhere at once, on land and sea, in heaven. Think that you are not yet begotten, that you are in the womb, that you are young, that you are old, that you have died, that you are in the world beyond the grave. Grasp in your thought all things at once, all times and places, all substances, qualities, and magnitudes together. Then you can apprehend God. But if you shut up your soul in your body and abase yourself and say, I know nothing, I can do nothing, I am afraid of urgency, I cannot mount to heaven, I know not what I was or what I shall be, then what have you to do with God? Your thoughts can grasp nothing good. Finding it very very different from the humble yourself, hard labor, spun wool, watery deer approach of medieval Christianity. Here's an amazing passage. People like to think people thought the world was flat until the Renaissance. This is an incredible psychedelic image of outer space that is 2nd century AD. Would that it were possible for you to grow wings and soar into the air, poised between earth and heaven. You might see the solid earth, the fluid sea and the streaming rivers, the wandering air, the penetrating fire, courses of the stars, and the swiftness of the moon. Heaven encompasses all. What happiness was that, my son? See all these borne along with one impulse, and to behold into his other, moving all the moon, and in his made manifest through his works. It's very real, very literary, highly poetic. It's a celebration of nature. The notion of sin is completely absent, and it reigns with a kind of confidence, a kind of joy that was completely running counter to the brimstone and damnation point of view of Christianity. Here's a psychedelic passage. But he who presents all things to us through our senses, and thereby manifests himself through all things and in all things, and especially to those to whom he will manifest himself. Begin then, my son, come with a prayer to the Lord and Father, who alone is good. Pray that you may find favor with him, and that one ray of him, if only one, may flash into your mind, so that you may have power to grasp thought of that mighty being, for thought alone can do that which is hidden, inasmuch as thought itself is hidden from your sight. And if even the thought which is within you is hidden from your sight, how can he, being in himself, be manifest to you through your bodily eyes? But if you have power to see the eyes of the mind, then, my son, he will they are the people who brought the ancient. They trying to create a descending hierarchy of being from the most high down to the world. And angels, once set in place, became a real problem for Christianity because they are not very easy to distinguish from the old stellar demons of paganism. Paganism was largely believed that the power of the stars could be drawn down to earth through a series of sympathetic magic by setting up resonances in a ritual situation. You could draw the power of the stars down into your project, your intention. And in the late Middle Ages was a period of intensely working out all the associations between minerals, colors, perfumes, plants, musical notes, and styles, so that you could then bring together all these things for purposes of magical evocation. And if any of you are interested in this, look to the link for a wonder called Spiritual and Demonic Magic, Machina Temperament. Some of you may remember Temperament television. Anyway. Hello? And in the Renaissance, over a period of about 3 generations, this became a real problem because what starts out as angel magic ends up as out and out demonic conjuration. Something which I've noticed by working which I did as well. Family curse held back. Yeah. So I mentioned the dating error. It was Lactantius, one of the fathers of the early church, the patristic writers. That's that generation of theologians that followed Christ and canonized Christian religion. And he placed Hermes Trismegistus as older than Moses, older than Pythagoras, older than Plato. And then it wasn't until Mercatus where it reached its culmination is in the 16th century, 1500s. It was the most magical century in the last 10. And alchemy and conjuration and talismanic magic and all flourish really not as a throwback, but as kind of prevalent times. Modern science is incredibly demanding, and we will see that in a curious and rarely discussed way, the program, the agenda of magical dissonance, if you will, have been entirely achieved by the course of what we call modernity. It's simply that it will be done in an entirely secular way. I mean, it will take even the trivial belief about alchemists that they were concerned with changing the way but there were plenty of commoners running around in the universe who were claiming they could change the way the world. Well, in the 20th century, we routinely change. We do it with John Bonaparte, Barton himself, and of course, on the farm. Get out. That's the dreams of creating a homunculus are dreams that dovetail directly into the aspirations of modern biology and the great chain of being of Aristotle is animated, given that dimensional motion, and lo and behold, it becomes Darwin's theory of evolution. The Brazilian how all alchemical dreams brought but again, in the absence of magical rhetoric, but certainly in a spirit of magic, Faustic rhetoric, for sure. I mean, this is scientifically never stand in the way. They serve a higher God than human values. They serve the full lamp of truth in some weird way that makes the truth okay, even if it kills you. I studied philosophy called fire at the beginning of the course. I will teach you to recognize the truth, and I will teach you to ask the question, what's so great about it? So now you've got the truth, so what's so great about it? It was 1460 when these manuscripts were brought to Florence, and the Cosimo de' Medici immediately ordered Ficino to abandon his work on Plato, and the Pymander, one of these books, which was the only one that existed partial Cosimo died in 1464 when the translation project went forward, and Guy Kelly had an immense facility with this showstone. I mean, to just sit down with it, and it is one of the most puzzling and undiscussed episodes in the evolution of Western thought. The straight just say, he was very much younger, and at one point, 10 years or so, he and Kelly put together the Angels of the Showstone, gave very explicit instructions.
The story of my professional life is the mycologists loathed me when they realized all I cared about was psilocybin. The scholars say I'm not scholarly enough. The nuts say I'm too straight. The straight people say I'm too nuts. And so it all goes many different ways. One time it was conveyed to me that Marlene Dobkin de Rios said of me that his scholarship is flawed, and I just roared. It reminded me of the unclear on the concept kind of cartoon. It's not really about that. What there was interest in discussing, and it's only, I mean, perhaps or somewhat marginal to all of this, but fun to talk about, is the magical flames that Sparrow mentioned. This is well, here's the background information. They're persistent in the Amazon. Well, as you know, a lot of magic which goes on in the Amazon has to do with the sending of a magical object into the body of an enemy or a person who is made sick. And then the shamans suck these objects out. And invariably, if you were a particularly positivist chucklehead, the question arises for you, is it real? Meaning, can we put it on display in a museum? And then the shamans say yes and no, and sometimes, depending on who you're talking to and probably how much aguardiente they have moving through them at the moment, persistent is the idea that these ayahuasqueros vomit or produce out of their bodies some kind of substance, a magical substance that is the basis of their witchcraft. And, your attitude toward this can be that it's sleight of hand, or that it's lying, or that it's absolutely true. In my talk yesterday, I said, we give great respect to these shamans. How seriously do we take their claim to do all their magic via helping spirits who are ancestors? And then we sort of explored that. Well, we give these shamans great respect. How seriously then are we obligated, or should we take the claim that they do all of their magic by the production of a magical fluid out of their mouths and bodies, a fluid whose ontological status is far from clear? That's what I mean by you can't tell whether it's real or not. Dennis, in the early, in 1970, came across a reference to this in some piece of literature. I confess that I have occasionally cited it as Michael Harner's article, The Sound of Rushing Water, which appeared in Natural History magazine in 1967. Just to confirm Marlene's opinion, if you actually read that article, you will discover there is no reference to this in there. I couldn't find a reference in the literature until years after our investigation of the phenomenon was pretty much wrapped up. I was amazed to discover that our supposition that such a thing existed actually is supported in the literature. Luis Eduardo Luna, who some of you may know, and most of you probably know his book on ayahuasca painting, has talked about this in numerous of his more scholarly publications. What is claimed is that there are among very unacculturated people a habit, when intoxicated on ayahuasca, of vomiting a material, and then it's said, what's said of it is that it's blue, that the shamans use it to accomplish all their magic, and that when you spread it out on the bottom of a flat bowl, that you can see the future in it, or the past in it. Well, if we just behave like good phenomenologists and don't try to scientifically analyze this, but phenomenologically analyze it, then we have to say what is being described is a form of matter which also partakes of the quality of mind. It appears to be something which is both physical and spiritual, both substantial and psychic or psychological in some sense. And one of our motivations, I told you the story about going to La Chorrera and the search for Rucute, but one of our motivations was to investigate this magical material and to see if we could encounter it. Sparrow is the only person I've ever met who claims to have seen something blue come out of someone's mouth on an ayahuasca trip and to be pushed back in. Some of you were there when he made the reference. You saw that I pulled no strings and in fact said nothing to prompt it. So I regard it as uncontaminated information from a deep forest informant. So what is it? Is a reasonable question for curious people to ask. Dennis, who tends these days to rein himself in somewhat, back in the early 70s was always willing to run the speculative engine at double speed, and he felt that, he had a concept, and the concept was that it's an interlocking set of hypotheses, none of which have ever been secured, and I have to background it a little bit. As you know, it is a great mystery in neurophysiology, the mystery of memory, and how it works, and where are the memories is a question that has never been answered. The problem for materialists is that it's well understood that every molecule in your body is changed in about a 5 to 9 year period. You are not who you were 10 years ago. Every atom, every molecule in your body has been swapped out with one significant exception, which is the neural substrate, the neural matrix. What you're born with is what you die with. So the memory, if you believe in a physical site of storage, and all scientists do because there is no other medium open for a scientist to believe in, then it must be stored in the neural matrix. Well,
So then you try to create a hypothesis of a mechanism for this memory storage and recovery. Now, this raises another complex issue, which is, and I'm moving at lightning speed here, the issue of the nature of information in biological systems. As you all know, organic organisms are created and maintained by DNA. And I assume everybody understands how DNA works. I mean, it's just something you learn in high school biology courses. DNA is a very complex, superhelixed molecule that is essentially two structural members which are twining around each other like a liana, and then they are connected across by nucleotides, and these nucleotides in groups of three are what are called codons, and they code for amino acids. This is, it's an important but subtle distinction, that they code for the amino acids. In other words, there is nothing in principle that links a certain codon in chemistry to a certain amino acid. It is simply a conventionalized association that has apparently come into existence over millions and millions of years of evolution, so that adenine, adenine codes for something, and so forth and so on. In other words, there is a symbolic representation of the amino acids in the codons of DNA. Well, memory is also information, but it's a different kind of information. It's what's called epigenetic information. And if you were to take what I'm saying and about to say to an orthodox molecular biologist, he would very condescendingly explain to you that you had made an amateurish mistake and had confused genetic information, the information which codes for proteins, with epigenetic information, symphonies, novels, works of philosophy, conversations, so forth and so on. And but this same condescending neuromolecular biologist is totally unable to account for the phenomenon of memory. Well, noticing that nature functions always with a certain economy when that's possible, it seems like a reasonable first hypothesis would be that memory is coded somehow into the DNA. And giving a slight aid and comfort to this idea is the well-known fact that there are vast portions of the DNA molecule that are called the nonsense portions. In other words, they do not code for protein. No one knows what these vast stretches of DNA are for, and the orthodox explanation is that they are just errors of trash, basically, that has accumulated in the evolutionary process. Nevertheless, the mystery of memory is left unexplained. How are the memory traces laid down, and how are they recalled? Well, Dennis's notion in trying to think about what the psychedelic experience is was that perhaps psychedelic molecules have a relationship to the DNA that has not been elucidated by science. And in his favor is the fact that many of these psychedelic molecules, especially the ones most near and dear to us, such as psilocybin, harmine, harmaline,
DMT, are what are called planar molecules. In other words, if we could explode a molecule of harmine up to the size of a bathtub, what we would have is a flat structure. The two benzene rings associated with the pentexyl group in the middle, and it is of the correct dimension, coincidentally enough, that a harmine molecule could in fact fit into a DNA molecule between the nucleotide pairs without disrupting the structure of the DNA. This is a studied phenomenon. Molecules which, the word is intercalate, molecules which can slip in between the DNA pairs, the nucleotide pairs, are called intercalators or dimers. And most of them are highly toxic because in the process of slipping in there, they distort the helical structure of the molecule. In other words, they kink it up. A molecule that some of us have experience with that I believe works this way is chloroquine. Chloroquine, this is why I say, it's a heavy drug. It messes with your genetic machinery. It's actually getting in there. And usually these molecules are used in vitro work with DNA because they can be used as markers. You can take a radioactive dimer and it will intercalate into DNA, and then you can perform certain operations and measurements. But it was shown in, I believe, 1966 by the chemists Yielding and Sturglantz that psychedelic molecules do intercalate into DNA in vitro, in the test tube, in a series of very elegant experiments in which what they did is they took denatured DNA, unfolded from its superstructure, but still helix DNA, and they put it in test tubes with various drug molecules, and they shook it up, and then they measured the specific gravity of the molecular complex that resulted, and they showed that the specific gravity had increased by a number which was always divisible by the molecular weight of the drug molecule. This is pretty elegant demonstration that the drug molecule has in fact intercalated into the DNA. Now, against this, at that time, we're talking now the early 70s, was a near dogma of neurophysiology, which said movement of materials in the neuron, which is what a nerve cell is called, movement of materials in the neuron is from the nucleus to the synapse. You all recall that the synapse is where these drug molecules do their work because there are lock and key relationships, and they shift it's not known, either the steric configuration or the electrical activity of the synapse. And so when we would talk to orthodox molecular biologists about this, they would say, well, there is no known mechanism of transport from the synapse to the neuron, to the nucleus of the neuron. And if you're hypothesizing that memory is somehow stored in the DNA, then somehow experiences which affect the synapse have to, there has to be some conveyance of this change of state at the synaptic cleft back to the nucleus in the neuron. And these nerve cells are very elongated structures. The axon can be several millimeters in length. Some cases, like in the squib axon, it's quite large, over a centimeter, I think. Anyway,
now giving aid and comfort to our side is the fact that in the early 80s, 10 years after the experiment at La Chorrera, a new intracellular process was discovered called axioplasmic transport. And it was discovered that in fact molecular species generated in the synaptic cleft do turn up associated with the nucleus of the molecule of the neuron. So, okay, this all lays the basis for his notion, which was that somehow psychedelic molecules, which normally operate in the synaptic cleft, can be conveyed into the nucleus of the neuron and there intercalate, and somehow this is the basis for a mechanism of modifying the silent portions of the DNA and information, not of the genetic sort, but of a transient and epigenetic sort, because your memories die with you, although Jungians might take issue here, but let's leave that issue alone for a minute. Your memories die with you, so there was a mechanism for this to happen. So, I'm not sure. Well, give me a moment here. So one of the things that we were investigating when we went to La Chorrera, Dennis believed that the importance of chanting in this Amazonian shamanism was that acoustical sound was being used as a driver to synergize this process of intercalation. And it has been demonstrated in the laboratory that you can use acoustical energy to cause the intercalation of dimers into DNA. So shortly after we arrived at La Chorrera, he created a very elaborate theory, which is described in excruciating detail in The Invisible Landscape, which is a very hard book to obtain, but it will be reprinted in 1994 by Harper. He constructed a very elegant experiment which looks like part science, part magic, and the idea was that you would load your system with psychedelic molecules, and he believed that electron spin resonance, here's the connection, that electron spin resonance alteration of the DNA molecule was that there was some kind of transduction system in the cell that raised that electron spin resonance signal to the level of the higher cortical experience, which we call thought. In other words, that what thinking is our interpretation of very rapid microfine changes in the electron spin resonance of DNA molecules in the nucleus of neurons. And since there is no counter theory on the table, nobody knows what thought is. I mean, neurologists aren't even ready to begin to discuss that. His theory seemed reasonable to at least play with for a while. And he said that we could load our systems with biodynamic tryptamines, harmaline, harmine, beta-carbolines, and that if you could generate a tone that was precisely the analog of the electron spin resonance of the molecule, and if you could get the geometry of the angle of attack of the sound, basically, on the molecule exactly precise, that you could force the molecule, the drug molecule, into the DNA, and that it would shift the electron spin resonance of the DNA, and that it would permanently bond in there. Now, this seems to me at least worth exploring. Harmine is, if you look at it, it looks like an antenna.
You know, it has the five-sided central structure and then the two benzene rings. It has charge transfer running around those rings. It's very architecturally suited to perform the function of a kind of a transmitter antenna. So imagine what we're doing here is we're dropping a harmine molecule down onto the DNA, which is itself giving off what is called a hyperfine ESR signature. And the harmine is amplifying that hyperfine signal, and this is being detected as a higher cortical experience, which we call the psychedelic experience. And that then what the psychedelic experience is assumed to be in this interpretation is it is the sum total of all information garnered by the species over time and stored in the silent portions of the DNA. Do you see? So what we're talking about here is a kind of mechanical, materialist, chemical approach to the amplification of the hidden portions of the DNA. And it is true that many people taking harmine in its pure form and taking ayahuasca report a hum. It's a characteristic of the intoxication. Dennis claimed that this was actually the electron spin resonance signal of the harmine. So when we got to La Chorrera, and under the inspiration of recklessly large doses of Stropharia cubensis, which we found growing in the pasture there, he decided that what we could do was we would take a trip, but that he would attempt to imitate the harmine hum, and that, granted, you know, the human body is a very gross thing in comparison to the almost quantum chemical domain of the synapse and the nucleus, but that nevertheless, if you could generate the sound correctly, you would force the molecule into the neuron, and then there was another part of the theory which had to do with the idea that these psychedelic molecules are like octaves of each other. And if any of you have ever played the cello, you know that you can sound a note on the cello, and then if you still the string, you will hear what are called overtonal harmonics. It will sound in the octave above and below the octave in which the note was struck. And he felt that if again, here, I mean, I'm giving this to at enormous speed. Superconductivity, which is normally associated with low temperatures, is in fact a low temperature phenomenon, but that's when you have populations of trillions of molecules. Really what superconductivity means is the stilling of molecular motion. And if it's absurd to speak of a single atom or a single molecule as being 275 degrees Kelvin below zero, because temperature is a phenomenon of mass populations of molecules. But he felt that you could essentially still these molecules, and one of the peculiar qualities of superconductive molecules is that they will bond to anything. They have a tremendous stickiness about them. So he thought that the human voice could be used to cancel the molecular motion of these harmine molecules, and you would only have to do it for a millisecond, even though the making of the tone might take 20 or 30 seconds. If you achieved the correct geometry, the correct tonality, the correct situation, for just a millisecond, the molecule would drop, the drug molecule would drop into superconducting configuration, it would intercalate, and it would bond permanently into the thing, into the neural DNA. And then it would begin broadcasting this amplified and expanded electron spin resonance. And that what this would be, he thought, was, he felt that it would generate like an acoustical hologram of the contents of the DNA. And he thought that this is what the magical blue phlegm is. It is its peculiar ontological status of being part matter, part psyche, arises from the fact that it is an acoustical hologram generated out of the body. It's like ectoplasm or something. It's a wavering image of the sum total of the information within the DNA. It's sort of like trying to produce a television set without a television, the experience of television without a television set. Well, I thought that all of this sounded so wacky, and that there were so many untested assumptions and hypotheses linked together in this tinker toy structure. And since we had nothing better to do in the evenings, why not, was my attitude. So the experiment was performed, and Dennis went bananas for about 3 weeks, and we had all kinds of peculiar adventures. But one of the things that happened was that I, who had been the utter skeptic, if not the contemptuous skeptic of this, noticed that immediately after the experiment, I began to have funny ideas. And it was as though he just turned a switch. And what he had said would happen was that he would generate out of his body a glowing blue disc, which would be the holding mode of this, we called this process hypercarbylation. Why? I haven't the faintest idea at this distance. But the idea was essentially that you could cause your soul to become visible and to become stabilized in three-dimensional space, that it was like a tool, that you could give birth to a thing which was an artifact, and yet at the same time it was yourself. And that what human evolution and human history was pushing for was the generation of, hey, let's be frank, the philosopher's stone out of the human body. You could, through a union of harmine and mind and psilocybin and intentionality, you could produce a kind of doppelganger, which would not look like a human being. It would look in its holding mode like this glowing blue disc. But because it is both mind and matter, it would have, the way he thought of it was as a hyperdimensional molecule. In other words, yesterday, Jonathan talked about dextro and rotary rotation of molecules, that you can rotate them to the right and to the left. Well, yes, in 3 dimensions, but we know that the universe is, some people think, 11-dimensional. So beyond dextro and levo rotation, there is also hyperdimensional rotation, or hypercarbylation. And he thought that once you did this, the
continued existence of your physical body would become optional, and you would be able to operate as this thing which is essentially the imagination bound into three-dimensional space. And he thought that these shamans producing this phlegm, that they were on the brink of something like this. Now, I grant you that this is far-fetched. If you think I don't think it's far-fetched, you don't understand where I'm coming from. But the idea was so incredibly beguiling and attractive, because what he said was, if you have this, if you can produce this ultimate tool, then you can do anything. I mean, if you want to take a shower on it, you just stretch it out and water pours out of it. If you want to go somewhere, you turn it over and sit on it and it flies. If you're hungry, you eat it. Do you get the idea? So I said, you can't be serious, Dr. McKenna. Although he wasn't a doctor at the time. So this experiment was performed. He began to behave very peculiarly, and I began to have these funny ideas. And one thing which did happen, which I offer as evidence for the manipulation of some very, very peculiar effect out on the edge of intelligibility, was I didn't sleep for 11 days. And he had said this would happen. He said, you will no longer need to sleep, you will no longer excrete, you will no longer eat, because your body has become superconductive. And you are essentially, you've sealed yourself off. You have become the stuff of soul. You are no longer embedded in the world of metabolism. And what also, and he had the idea that the thing would occur instantly. This blue disc would appear instantly. And of course, when the experiment was performed, nothing of the sort happened. But instead, what I began to generate were what I call, from my experience with Jungian psychology, totality symbols. A totality symbol is an idea which explains everything. It can be as simple as the syllable Om, or a mandala, or a mathematical description of reality. I mean, some totality symbols are obviously more appropriate, more effective than others. And kind of a psychotic episode, but it was a very curious psychotic episode, because it took the form of being spread out through the whole universe, and then over a period of 21 days, imploding backward into yourself, so that like the first day after the experiment, he was just incomprehensibly bizarre, just universally. I mean, it was like witnessing someone acting out the Big Bang or something like that. And then the next day, he was condensed down into the local cluster, and we got a recitation somewhat like Olaf Stapleton's The Star Maker. Then the next day, and he said the lens-like shape of galaxies is a macro-physical reflection of this thing which we were trying to create, which he called the lens. And so by a series of telescoping leaps, he made his way toward normality, condensing down through the galaxy to the solar system, spending a day on each planet as he made his way toward the Earth, becoming the Earth, becoming all the life on the Earth, then becoming all human life, then becoming all Irish life, then becoming our entire family, doing perfect voice imitations of all the relatives and revealing all this knowledge of, skeletons in the closet and suppressed stuff and stuff that I don't know how he knew all the stuff. I mean, he at times appeared to work miracles. At one point, I was trying to test him and his abilities, and I recalled that there was a box that my grandfather had given me that you opened with a little silver key that had been lost for years and years. And I said, well, if you can do anything, why don't you produce the key that to that box, which neither of us had seen even the box for a dozen years. By this time, he was naked and locked in a room at the mission. And he went and he would make these bizarre gestures, these strange I don't know what was going on. And he went into a period of concentration, gave a wild squawk, and slammed into my hand and gave me the key. He was naked. He had been locked in this room for 14 days at that time. And I was like, I didn't know what was going on. But what was happening to me was, I was like utterly unconcerned for his mental health or any practical concern, which was causing a lot of problems for the other people on the expedition. In classical psychology, this is called a folie à deux, a delusion of two. It's a simultaneous schizophrenic episode. It usually involves a mother and a daughter. I've never heard of a brother folie à deux. But it was accompanied by all these exterior manifestations, freak rainbows, and in my case, an encounter with a UFO. And this UFO encounter had a very curious quality to it. Not that they don't always, I suppose. But this was even more curious than the pedestrian UFO encounter. What happened was, it was on the 13th day of the reversal, and I had this intimation. There was something going on about the Southwest. I wasn't clear quite what it was, and the two women on the expedition were that afternoon washing our clothes down by the Choro, by the lake. And I looked across the lake and I saw in the sky, not a rainbow, but just a spot in the sky that was a spectrogrammatic diffraction, a little patch of rainbow. And I asked the women if they saw it, and they said they didn't. And then it intensified. And by this time, I was plenty in the doghouse as well. And this put a great deal of strain on our small party, as you can imagine. And this spectrogrammatic iridual intensified. And then I said to them, now do you see it? And they looked and they said, oh yeah, it's, big deal, not much. But I knew. And knowing means the voice was speaking to me. All kinds of weird things went on. I mean, I discovered that the closer I was to water, the easier it was for me to rhyme, which I've never. And then years later, I encountered a Celtic saying: "Poetry is made at the edge of running water," and the thing would give me these aphorisms. Like one time it said, "The clone's load is a stoned mode," and I was not sleeping. I was now 11 days without sleep. So. That night I decided to sit by the Choro and just because I stayed up all night and I would walk in the fields and the thing would draw the would connect up the constellations for me and show me where they were in the sky. There was also embedded in all this thing the intimation of this thing called the teacher, which was a giant insect-like thing that was always like right over here. And there was the sense of something watching us from the sky, something moving us very, very gently but persistently toward this very weary breakthrough. So I sat there all night long on the laundry stone at the choro, and about dawn, around dawn, I looked out across the lake and into the jungle, and about a mile away over the jungle there was a low bank of clouds. And as I watched these clouds, I noticed that they seemed to be rolling in place, like scrolling, like the roller on a typewriter or something. And as I watched, they divided into 4 perfectly shaped, lens-shaped cloudlets. And as I watched the 4, they coalesced into 2. And then as I kept watching, the 2 coalesced into 1. And at that moment, I heard the whee, whee, whee sound that flying saucers make in Hollywood B movies, you know. And I looked back over my shoulder, thinking of the people in the hut behind me, about 70 feet up the bank, thinking, I have to get a witness. I was driven nuts by this idea of a witness, because everybody's interpretation was that we had just gone bonkers, completely bonkers. So I thought, I have to get the witness. And I assessed the possibility and looked back across the lake, and the thing was coming toward me. It was coming straight for me. And I felt, even for me, this was some kind of a moment of truth, where then I realized, my God, it's actually real. We are going to get the lens. We are going to break through to the machinery of the millennium. And I felt my knees go out on me, and I just sat back down, and the thing, I could see it, getting closer and closer and clearer, and then it passed over above me, and in the last moment before it was lost by the hill of the bluff of the choro, I could see it was turning slowly. It had blue and orange lights. I could see the rivets on the underside. I could see the 3 half spheres on the underside. And having spent at one point, having been interested in UFOs, I immediately recognized it as the end cap of a 1937 Hoover vacuum cleaner. The very Hoover vacuum cleaner that the charlatan George Adamski had suspended by a fish line in his garage in Southern California in 1948 and photographed and released as a picture of a UFO, which was then totally debunked. So here I am seeing a 50-foot version of a Hoover vacuum cleaner end cap slicing across the sky. And psychologists have a term, cognitive dissonance. This is when things get so out of control that you don't know shit from China, is what cognitive dissonance is. So it was more shocking to me than an extraterrestrial spacecraft would have been, because it was showing me that what I was looking at couldn't possibly be a flying saucer. It was rather something so preposterous and absurd that if I were to tell this to anyone, for sure they would drop nets over me. And so, that was the UFO. And then the next morning, we actually flew out of La Chorrera. Dennis normalized about 4 days later to his present normal state. I, on the other hand, have never come down. And
And time wave zero, which I can't explain it if you don't know what it is, but it is the actual fruit of this experience. And time wave zero is the thing promised. It's a map of all space and time, and it predicts the location of the lands, December 22nd, 2012. And it's as though what he thought would take a moment at La Chorrera at dawn on the morning of the 4th of March, 1971, is actually stretched out over, 45 years? But in a sense, we're locked inside that moment. I mean, something very, very, very extraordinary and peculiar went on. One of the things that happened was I was just absolutely ecstatic this whole time. I mean, I was abiding in the Buddha realm. I was complete, and I assumed we would never leave La Chorrera. I couldn't imagine why we would. And I remember, here's an example of the kind of stuff that would go on. One afternoon, I walked out of the little sandy place where the hut was, where Dennis was being confined, and after a while, he was taken out of my quote-unquote care by more sober members of the expedition, and I was just basically abandoned in the woods because I refused to come into the mission, and I just lived in the woods. And this one incident, I was there, and I would go out and I would raise my hands, and the butterflies, I could call them in. I could call in hundreds of butterflies, and so I would be there like this, and the butterflies would come, and it would settle on my arms and my shoulders in front of me, and I had a lot of guilt about what I'd been doing in Indonesia the previous 2 years, which was slaughtering butterflies. And so, like, tears of joy and ecstasy I just would completely emotionally come apart, weep, and then stop weeping and think about how I have to have a witness. I have to have a witness. So then I would go and get my major skeptic, who was this colleague of mine, a woman from Berkeley, who, thought, as any reasonable person would, that I was completely bananas. So I would, without telling her what would happen, I led her out into the forest, and then I stood there with upraised arms, waiting for the butterflies. And of course, no butterflies would come near me. And it was just like, said, my God, you have lost it. You are mad. What are we going to do? And this was going on hundreds of miles in the jungle. I mean, there was no way out. We had been led into this place, and then this thing had been laid on us. At another incident, similar deal, was we had this little pot, this little enameled pot, which we cooked our avena in, our oatmeal, every morning. And the biggest bummer in the camp chores was cleaning the burnt avena out of the bottom of the pot. And there was this spring a few hundred yards from where all this was going on, where we washed our dishes. And you would go down to the spring and pick up sand out of the bottom of the spring, and then by furiously scrubbing, you could get the avena out of the pot, the burnt avena. So one day it was my turn to do this, and I went down by myself, and I put the pot in water, and I was hearing the voice all the time, and it would say things to me like, if it isn't simple, you haven't thought about it enough. And really weird things, like when I would sit and talk, as I'm talking now, my hands would unconsciously lay fires. It was just like, what was happening was that consciousness or gnosis or something was coming out of my pores practically. Everything taught. That's what I said. I said, everything teaches. You want to understand chemistry? Look in a mud puddle on the trail. Just sit down and look in it. All you need to know is here. You want to understand botany? Just hold a plant in your hand. And I was, and I pestered people all the time because it was just, back it off, man. So I took the Avena pot down to the spring, and the thing said, if it isn't simple, you haven't thought about it enough. So what I did is I put about a ½ inch of water in the bottom of the pot, and then I picked up a handful of sand, and like putting salt on your eggs, I sifted it down, and then I took the pot and I went this, and then I poured it out, and all the black crud and everything just poured out, was swept away. And again, I wept. I did a lot of weeping. I was, I don't know. And so then the next morning, it was my turn to cook breakfast. And so I deliberately burned the Avena. And then after breakfast, I said to Sal, to my most fierce critic present, I said, let's wash the pot together. So we went down to the spring, and she was getting ready to do and I said, wait a minute, let me show you something. And I and I did the thing, and I, said, and she said, my God, what's the matter with you? Well, actually, it took 10 years before she and I returned to speaking terms. And she is now a psychoanalyst, not a psychotherapist, not your hands-on touchy-feely power animal, but, the real thing, the medical degree, the whole bit. She's now a psychoanalyst in Berkeley. And we still actually avoid, we've never had the conversation I want to have, because I know she thinks I'm okay now. And the fact is, I've never found any reason to retreat from any of this. I don't know what it was about. I just know that, and I'm still riding on that trip. I never really came down. And I actually, it's somewhat, well, it's sort of hard to talk about, but obviously not that hard to talk about. But I actually do believe that I have superconducting harmony in my DNA, and that in a sense, this weird role that has been laid on to me, and my linguistic facility, or whatever it is the thing speaking. And it's controlling at least my life, and I don't know how much of the rest of reality. The proof of all this now rests on time wave zero, which we got this bugger beat down into a mathematical equation. The discovery of the nature of temporality, and the way in which reality is put together out of a temporal hologram, a fractal of some sort, and yet, the absurdity has not been exercised, because time wave zero makes the preposterous assumption that the world will transform itself beyond recognition on the morning of December 22nd, 2012. And as I say, I can't explain it to you here, but it's fairly elegant, and it uses all of human history, all of biological evolution, all of geological history to make the point that we are being sucked toward a kind of black hole of compressence that is what's causing human history. And when I asked the thing, as a reasonable person would, why us? Why us? It had a very simple and straightforward answer, which was because you don't believe in it. Because you don't believe in anything. And then the other part of it was, and I was reminded of this by what Jonathan said the other day, the chance favors the prepared mind. Did I get it right this time? Because the other thing it said was, it had something to do with the mushroom, and it said, we've never met anyone, and by we, it meant the clone in the pasture at La Chorrera, because this was some kind of isolated Stropharia clone. It was hundreds and hundreds of miles to the next pasture. But in this pasture at La Chorrera, this strain, which was later released into the American population as AMZ, was there. And it said, we've never met anybody before who had the I Ching in their head. It was like this we can work with. We can take this piece of information, this primitive Chinese oracle, and it is sufficient to our needs to create a context for communicating what we want to communicate. And what we want to communicate is the hyperdimensional nature of reality. Time is not what you think it is. And we can use the I Ching to build a model that your primitive hominid mind can actually wrap itself around, and you can then we can have the basis for a dialogue. So, I don't know, you can take this many ways. You can take it as a cautionary tale about psychotropic involvement, or I don't know.
We should go the way out. The true mysteries of this world do not require your connivance or belief in order to exist. They're able to exist quite independently, whether you believe in them. On the other hand, all forms of God that exist require cooperation of the mind. That's your body. The pocket is picked because the mark is assumed. The pocket mark can be passed off as a beauty because the mark is a precondition of the moment itself. Psychedelics should move from the tyranny of these projections. And it's very fascinating to see how the defenders of these strange points of view have focused of psychedelics. They understand that psychedelics are approach to their eyes. They don't want to get in here. They used to have the excuse that even though they were going to spend a lifetime criticizing psychedelics, they couldn't invest 6 hours to find out what it was about. Well, so then we brought them DMT, which lasts 5 minutes. So now the new excuse is, well, as a professional person, I don't choose to break the law. Fine, here's some alpha salvamor. It's unscheduled, it lasts 5 minutes, it'll cut your head off. Will you do it? And they say, well, no, I have a heart murmur, or I have an appointment in 20 minutes, or something. There is absolute terror to confront the reality of what is going on. And it's interesting who's afraid. Scientists are afraid. So, well, so scientists don't know. They say it's still very hard. And neither do the enthusiasts of the unanchored view.
eagerness with which they sought to determine whether you had any acid was a strong indicator of the power of their own spiritual memories, mainly remembrance. It's a sobering thing to have the teacher who came 10,000 miles to see what you do about these 3 hits. I don't know. It's fun to be. It's fun to not depend on an institution and ideology and another person, a place, time, and it's very hard to sell this all. People are afraid. People have been disempowered through the process of juvenilization that we described last night. People define themselves as frightened children. They want methods, rules, apartments, safe havens, stipends, sabbaticals. They just want all these things to make it easy. They don't want that. Have all that soft there's no glory in saying, you're the 20th century? Yeah, I lived through it. Contributed nothing, said nothing, had nothing to say about it, but I lived through it. A lot of people did. You might consider that you're standing in their shoes and acting on what they do. I choose. When I think about Tavern was killed in the streets of Vienna. It's part of an American GI was stealing a local. This is the method of culture. Europe has been smashed to dust twice. All of if we're really serious about paradox, we go to the bedrock of experience. It's not about rearranging and shuffling the ideological deck. That's why the psychedelic experience is such a potentially liberating and revivifying because it is spirit. It's a traded out. It's a truism that television is weird and 12 years old. It's probably a genuine truth. Millions and millions live larval, low awareness lives, warehoused in the burbs, plugged into Costco and the tele and as long as the magazine subscriptions stay subscribed and the credit cards continue to be serviced, the illusion that there is life happening here is allowed to this is this thing where I say culture is not your friend, and those people being warehoused and hooked up to the TV and the birds, they're the people who didn't find this out in time, and now are mainlining culture, and it is, in terms of counting the social effectiveness, it's as effective as heritage. So, but I don't think it's always been like this. I mean, culture has always been somewhat unfortunate, but it's only within the 20th century that all this has been understood explicitly, and some people have set out to use these facts against the rest of us. Modern advertising. I mean, modern advertising, the impulse of advertising is to inform you of what is available in the marketplace. Seems a harmless and reasonable thing. You should know what is available in the marketplace. But then comes the psychology of advertising. And then this is to pick your pocket and make you buy things whether you need them or not. And it does it by, first of all, inculcating in you a feeling of helplessness and inferiority. Unless you drive this car, wear these shoes, this cologne. So you diminish the customer in order to aggrandize the product. But notice the customer is the product. This begins to look like a crime against humanity. Modern marketing travels on ungratified desire. Show people that, even if you buy the $12,000 car, the $75,000 car will make you so much happier. And of course, true ecstasy is the $200,000 car. So there's no satisfaction, no limit, and at the tail end of this process is completely unexamined policies of resource extraction, abuse of the environment, and we tend to think that you can't do it any other way, that this vast super economy is the only way of civilization could possibly function. But in fact, it's a self-potlatch of some sort. You all know what a potlatch is? A potlatch is among the Northwest Coast Indians. Among the Northwest Coast Indians, gift-giving is a big deal. But the potlatch is when you can give so much gifts that you can burn. This is considered the highest form of the height of is to burn all this good. And it's a form of display. These things cost money and are fine objects. Essentially, how much money and power we're in that situation. Everything is disposed of. Everything is thrown away.
trying to help you to glimpse into what is beyond another level of information. And culture can be like a through line that you buy into. That's very powerful. Technology is cutting edge technology, like technology seems to direct you living in the imagination. That is what previously is only vision is now materialized. And the psychedelics seem to intimate that the experience itself seems to point towards what is previously thought of as beyond philosophy, as now open towards the visionary concept. Again, you allude to future vision, imagination, union of spirit and matter. And that's kind of the non-thing that I pick up a lot of mentors discuss. I'm curious what your concepts are.
The reason I think psychedelics are an antidote to this commodification of civilization is because they not only dissolve boundaries, but they also show you inner work. In other words, they show you that you previously dismissed have more beauty in your head than Cartiers and Tiffany's and all the rest of it put together. So you don't need to go to a Hermes or Cartiers. You have inner work. You don't need a car, a house, at great expense. And then the other thing is these technologies are allowing us to live in life, to make it very easy, in fact, to make it something we want. I tried it out on my staff group and didn't seem to get very far, but I really think every single one of us should be learning how to expand our communication skills. That this is our task for the rest of our life, to learn how to communicate verbally, by touch, but also accept these technologies. I've spent the last 6 weeks learning how to three-dimensionally model objects and then animate them, texture map them, color them, because I spent my whole life clawing the air and raving about hallucinations. No one could ever see what I meant. But if I will cancel all engagements and work at my terminal for 6 months, I'll come back with 30 seconds of film. That's my best shot to the limit of my present acquisition of skills. Here's what I'm seeing. So, it's not about rejecting the media or the marketplace. It's about changing your relationship to it. Do not consume. Produce into the vacuum of producer-consumer relationship. Inject your own art. Make sure that you are producing not consuming, because the one stultifies, marginalizes, and creates a juvenile attitude, and the producing actually raises the sum total of consciousness of the species. What we're debating and talking about now, myself and my friends, is trying to get someone to endow fragments that we would sneak onto the internet in the first stage as the psychedelic simulation prize. In other words, $5,000 prize awarded once a year, a small statue of a smiling man, we'll call it the 10. You can win the 10 if you, for producing the best three-dimensional animation of a mental landscape. Well, probably from now till 2000, these will simply be videos put on images, but sometime beyond 2000, these still call it the prize for psychedelic simulation. But notice that once you can walk around with some of these things, they become much more present. And, one of the things we've talked about over the past week is that I don't believe alien spaceships are visiting Earth to pull our chestnuts out of the fire or to do anything else much interesting. But I do think there is an alien presence. It's non-material. You contact psychedelics. It's non-material. Well, then what is the nature? Well, its nature is information. It is information. Well, you know how in all flying saucer cars and all the there's always the awareness of the possibility of contact, and then there is the landing zone has to be created, and because now there's this Devil's Tower. This seems to be part of the archetype of the alien. What the alien needs to manifest among us is a suitable landing zone. And people say, well, the Nazca line is about this. So the landing zone, and I'm beginning to think that, in a sense, the internet is a net to catch a alien. And the way you catch an alien is by writing the words and integrating it into all the other things. Let's set out to build a virtual reality as alien as possible. And if we connect our psychedelically empowered imagination to our coding fingers, we will discover when the children grow that the thing we have created is so alien that it could only be the alien. And that in fact the contact is now underway, because where the alien is in some conflict or bell sphere of universally accessible information. In other words, the imagination is like a that is at the bell level of connectivity from the universe. And there are aliens somewhere in the galaxy away. Thousands of millions of light years away. It's also being possible to assume that we are being physically visited by 16 different kinds of intelligence. It means you just don't understand the distances involved, the time scales involved, what relativity has to say about approaching the speed of light. Well, physically, we are alone, physically, but in the imagination, we're surrounded by distant friends, and their whisperings are our songs, our mathematics, our religions, our culture. There may be many forms of intelligence, thoughts are flowing to us at any given moment. Most of it, it's not on a humanly cognoscible scale. In other words, it's either to something this way or to something that way. When you look at it, you just say, for me, a human being is enormous. But out of these many hundreds, thousands, millions of cross channels of code-present bell doctrine, some are enough like ourselves to at least discern resonances. And out of those resonances, then we form the images of these entities. I haven't seen the movie Contact, but I understand there is a message when you decode it. I don't think the wormhole is open all the time. When you look into the imagination to the degree that you can decondition your human expectations, the rabbit will become more and more. I mean, I have done this with Russia. I've taken it, gotten stabilized in it, and comfortable, and then said to it, okay, we're cruising. Now show me what you are for yourself. Don't be me. The Persian stands suitable for human consumption. Give me the straight shot. Well, then the temperature begins to fall, black draperies rise, there's an enormous organ tone, and after about 30 seconds of that, you say, could we go back to the suitable for human consumption version of this? Because to the degree that it truly bears its essence, you just shrink in absolute positive what it is, because what it is the line that stretches between the galaxies. It saw the coming of the wall 500 million years ago. It knows the history of the world. It possesses technologies that are so beyond all human imagination that produces even hints of these things. So it comes as it can be understood. So it's a kind of mental calisthenics to train for. A friend of mine said, every time I take mushrooms, my goal is to stand more. To stand more. And say to it, okay, here I am again. Let's start where we left off. I'm ready to try and stand more. So people who think this is don't really, they are skimming the back of the beast. It can take you further than you want to go. It won't. Usually quite, but since there's sense, our limitations, that if you present yourself as a woman, it would be and then the key coming out of all this is the second part of it is productive. And we've been having these astonishing experiences for 30, 40 years. Very hard to communicate. Now we have the tools, the 3D modeling, the animation, anybody can understand. And we need a higher definition, higher dimension language than small documents. We need to be able to see what we need. We need to let other people see what we need. We need to be able to freeze these incredibly complicated images and modalities so that we can then analyze them aesthetically, interject, and write things. This is the great frontier, the human imagination. You know, it's only been 400 years since we discovered the lost path of this planet. I think we've got a hold on reality. That's how lame our story is. 400 years ago, it was a matter of debate if there was something. And, sure enough, real estate, beyond anybody's wildest dreams. Well, I think there's real estate in that. I think it's the country we're all going through. We're like English colonials, restless in a mad king and waiting for the capacity to our sails are filling, the technology and in 200 years, it wouldn't surprise me if the imagination was a major industrial and population center of the human world. Well, what is that? But who knows? It's of the nature of a what is ordinary distortion? What is tiny knowledge? So as we grow in sophistication and in our sense of who we are and what we are extremely exciting destiny. We just fought our way out of the jungle, away from the glaciers, locked off the heads of the other megafauna on this planet. Now we need to what is the old what we can do for masturbatory consumerism and the gratification of the historic ego and the instinctual generation. We've flocked on the seamy side quite long now. It's time to be up and about the great solid business. All right, that's the morning session. I'm going to have to run. Thank you very much. I hope you get massaged. I will be back at 4. I wish I could stay. I have one thing. Psychedelic experience, I was pretty much very typical, I think, of people in my age and situation. I began to hear about sometime in the late, I guess in the early 60s it must have been, I read The Doors of Perception, and it was fascinating to me that I had no access or anything else, or any knowledge of pharmacology or botany. And I then became interested in the counterculture. able to do incredible verbal performance, extemporaneous feats of heavy lifting. I could make up pseudo chapters of Melville's Moby Dick. I could just fall into these rhetorical things of grade, but it didn't seem to be getting from my own point of view. And then I went back down to Southern California and I half of the card graduated from the same high school I did. And worked out which one in high school. Zappa also, geniuses just were pouring out of this school. And my friend and I began, we would take, we found a source of molecules, real and we would grind them up and put them in shapes and go out into the Mojave Desert. And I never had explicit visionary eyes in the dark breakthrough because we didn't know how to do it, but we would look at the desert and I remember all of them became more significant. Everything looked significant. We call vocabulary doors of perception is that kind of thing. Instead of everything that was glowing with the sky. There's a lot of houses and stuff. Then I got to Berkeley before I went to left Lancaster Kings and still got a job that summer. And across the hall, this block house where my friend and I lived, was this very peculiar guitar plucking character who played the piano very well. It's just a few months after this that they brought out that album, Electric Music, and I took acid that summer, Saturdays, LSD, those little drugs, and finally grabbed one night one of these and just went completely stressed myself in several dimensions that nobody's ever been willing to explain to me fully since. I gathered my sexuality, my bowels, my everything else, just went into tizzy. And then, and so that was, I was sort of like following the track. Many people were having these kinds of experiences just that time. But then in February of 1967, I sort of found my way at the front of the parade when one rainy evening in Berkeley, this friend of mine runs through a stream and this guy always was first. He made it his business to burn through an abandoned and he arrived at my house this rainy February night and he said, I have something I want you to try. And I said, what is it? He said, it's a new psychedelic. And I said, how long does it like? He said, 3 months. And I said, no problem. That's significant. And 3 minutes ago, he sat down and smoked my first needle. And it's never been the same since. I mean, it worked 100%. Yes, this was the famous 55-gallon drum that was boosted off a army conveyance vehicle when it was moved from SRI to some proving ground in the southwest. The U.S. Army was trying to develop an aerosol artillery ship that that would land in a Vietnamese village, drive everyone nuts, and you would send your people in, take over in all this gaseous hallucinogenic and it's a famous story in the underground that there was this one 55-gallon drum, pure distillate that somebody just made sure fell into a ditch in the middle of park somewhere, and somebody else came along and bought it. And rumor persists that that 55-gallon drum is not in apocryphal stories about burial sites near Hudson's Bay in the deserts, but not in other places. So I don't suggest you go looking. Anyway, DMT really, we had to then do our own research. We weren't getting information published about DMT. It was talking about LSD. And the first thing we found out was that it occurs in a lot of plants. Later, Wade Davis, which is amazing photographic down plastic, and it just was revealing the entire picture of a shamanic hallucination. And having smoke, we were inside the storm. Most important thing to come down. And so quickly for myself and my friends, the emphasis shifted toward how can we extend this, because if you smoke it, like, it's very hard to grab on. While it's happening, it's the most intense experience you've ever had, but it's so strange. And there may be a physiological tendency for it not to transcript in the short term manner. Because when you come down to the DMT, it's like awakening from a dream. You just, this kind of crazy sense that something has just happened. It was all around you, So we wanted to understand how to deal with the launch and try simple things like taking a crocodile. This is a hell of a launch, but it doesn't particularly the launch maybe double 3 minutes to 6. But we were saying, you could get in there for an hour. You could bring something back. That was always the goal. Bring something back, not be an artifact, but be something. Well, further research indicated that, and I think probably the key source here is that William Burroughs and Allen Ginsberg in the late 60s called the Yahoo, where I can't remember what the order of it is. I think Ginsberg goes down looking for it, writes letters back to Burroughs. Burroughs then goes down a year later looking for it, writes letters back to Ginsberg. Ginsberg is a problem of a nervous analysis, but he didn't really care for it. He did for him. Burroughs, of course, ever the truth was completely gone. And so this brought up the issue of Yahoo, which is what ayahuasca other things were happening for me. I went to Israel. I tried to emigrate to the Seychelles Islands. I spent time in India. I was a smuggler, an art dealer. Then I got in trouble for the smuggling, so I had to hide out and come back. So I went to Indonesia, Hearth, and that, for the first time, plunged me on a day-to-day basis for months into the heart of tropical, truly tropical nature, which I had never seen. I mean, I was born in Colorado. I had never been. Well, when I first went to Berkeley, I accepted entry into an experimental program, and I went 2 years to Berkeley, 65, 67, 65, 67, 67, 68, and then I left. And then when I returned, years later, so about nature, systems theory, ecology, I actually had a self-directed. I had written the landscape with my brother at that time. I used to present whenever they wanted me to write, to write something in a chapter of the book I wrote. Yeah, absolutely. Before that, in my life, in the course of my life, I had sort of a love affair with the natural sciences and science. I mean, the natural sciences and humanity. Like when I was a little kid, I was 7, I was a rock collector, a fossil, a butter collector. Then around age 10, I read, I think it was Aldous Huxley or maybe a Julian Huxley essay that sneered at all that and introduced this concept of the humanities. I didn't even know what they were. I said, oh, humanities, literature, philosophy, and art. So then I became charged into that. The reason I even encountered the doors of perception was because I was reading all about this Huxley's novel. With 13 people reading about Bella and Decay after many Sunday died in Swan, these extremely arch novels of English social life in the 20s. And I became obsessed with modern art in this small, narrow-minded town where I lived. It was a good way to get in everybody's face, was to go around saying, Jackson Pollock is a genius. You may not think so, but you're an idiot. And, there was a period in my life where I formed my taste by saying I liked what I didn't like. And inevitably, these were good choices because I was raised in an ecology that valued moment, rock of ages, silent night, rosemary, clean and I said, no, Jackson Pollock, Samuel Beckett, Jean Genet, Carl Jaspers, Martin Heidegger. I just knew they were monsters that kept stripping people. So anyway, when I went to Indonesia, I saw this tropical nature that absent psychedelics, there weren't. I mean, there was fine singing and prodigious amounts of but there were no real psychedelics. But the butterflies, and I really was sort of retracing the steps of Alfred's water. Who was the person who discovered evolution. And I sort of felt, although I don't have that, I felt a very strong water one of the things that has shaped my intellectual life is I have enormous facility. I can't speak no other language with any. I have studied German, Hebrew, Spanish, Tibetan, Portuguese, Italian, and there must be a few others. It's spared. So that made it more like a scholarship. Never be enough. And the conclusion from looking at Indonesian culture and looking at Asian spirituality, experience of God, was I should go to Canada. And in a way, we can learn this. It's not like this done, something sounds good. And finally, well prepared by even the standards of today. I meet people today who haven't done the homework that I was able to do. And then went to Colombia, and we were pursuing a very rare hallucination. It's called uku. It's known only to 3 very small tribes, the Witoto, the Morti, Muinami, Bora. And it's a DMT drug that was taken over, and the reports in the Boston Museum of Chemistry they use it to see. And this was, I mentioned, part of why we were so confused. The thing that is so unbelievable, even by psychedelic standards, about the DMT is that it's impactful. It's not simply a reorganization of brain states or an insight about your sexuality or it's a place full of beings that are frantic, beings that are far weirder than any of the beings that contemplative super. I mean, real aliens that don't even seem to be exactly made of ordinary space and time, but an intelligence. And I, having grown up in this kind of scientific thinking by background, that from a scientific point of view, it was either impossible or that we had made a great discovery. And I still think that we made a great discovery, sort of like the discovery of America. There were already millions of people living in America. It was discovered, but nevertheless, for white boys in the middle class, definitely making a discovery. These guys don't sort of they introduce you to entirely new and utterly unsuspected realities that compound reason. And this, you see, this is what I think it is. I wanted a miracle, a real, not a miracle where we had to bow down and wear a dirty and sweep up around the ashram and kowtow. A real miracle. And as far as I know, as I might have had to change my opinion in 1971, it's like being struck by no anything. It's the one thing that you convinced yourself isn't possible. Whatever that thing is that you've managed to convince yourself isn't possible, it's nothing you do. You just kick open the door of your apartment and take you prison. Rotate the wheels on your after-death vehicle, balance them, present the bill, and you part up the chimney. It's dialogue that goes on with the same if any point of view that you know is not addressing the full spectrum as to what it is and yet opposed. And it transcends everything. And say you're afraid of it, you love it, fear it. It's just a power. It shatters all illusions of a state of coherent, understood, manageable, one type of weapon, and then 10 minutes after that, you're back. So, it's such they eat bad food, they journey here, they journey there, they stick pins in themselves, they form their head, and this thing is just waiting one large inhalation away. In other words, it's a spectacular effect occurring down. How we love to watch them twitch there on the floor after having a nap. And then it's just a matter, I guess, once you arrive at that point, the game machine. We talked a lot last night about juvenilization. Well, it's very, very easy to see. It's a fool's game, and archetypically seek the results. What is required to see? Basically, nothing but a strong stone for a proletarian. You just keep looking. This teacher, that mentor, this that exposure, seek. And after you've sought for 20, 30 years, it's pretty easy to assume that there's no reason to expect you'll ever get. Well, DMT changes the picture. DMT is not about finding seeking the answer. It's like feels seeking. And so once you, by chance or design, encounter or even overlook, you'll be gained quite a bit more grown. Now you have to face no more trips to Sudan are necessary, no more journeys down to people's thoughts. You can just put that on the shelf. You're now an adult, having entered the big time. No opening chakras of revelation, shastras, or passing mantras, or building of yantras is going to carry you any further than you find your life. You have found the end. Now you have to face it. And people face it. It doesn't feel like fun at all. Yeah. And I don't know. some of these MAO inhibitors are too strong. Some last days. Some the compound in ayahuasca that is doing the MAO inhibition is harming. It's known, its pharmacological profile is great. Exactly the right time. You don't want a 12, 36, 48, 72-hour trip, nor do you presumably go with this flash that you want to go home. So a 4 to 6 hour MAO is just about right. Source of harmony. Well, I'd rather recommend source of harmony rather than merely a close relative compound. And the reason for that is harmony, which is what actually occurs in has one of its effects. It tends to cause nausea. Harmony is much less active on the stomach. And an excellent source of harmony is the seeds of agave harmony. Agave harmony is a Phyllophalaceous shrub that grows naturally from Morocco to Manchuria. Huge stems that exist in the Southwest, places like Yemen, Mexico, and Lake Tahoe, and Route 50. And it produces a hard little black seed, which if you take the 2 grams of the seed, it will very effectively your monotoxicase. If you don't take it with a psychedelic, you would probably notice only a kind of sedative effect, nothing dramatic. But if you complex it with DMT, it will turn on all the lights on the system. Agave, E-R-G-A-N, Armala, H-A-R-M-A-L-A. It's sold in Iranian markets under the name Stormy, and is Nutrients. So,
Well, now it's such a small amount on that list that I said I could personally analyze.
do not take more than 2 grams per year. It works. Now, to be fair, if you're going to start doing this, you really should. There's a lot of scholarship and it attempts to be a little lot. You really should try to inform yourself about what's going on. Because you're taking charge of your spiritual existence. These are the tools, these are the means, know the tools, know the means, and then you can screw up.
Use groups on the internet and see how reckless people can be, how misinformed things is. Try to do this and also inform other people. It's a lot.
Yeah, there's a lot of bad information around. Well, there are some books that are more trustworthy than others. For example, Jonathan Ott is a meticulous scholar. Very rarely makes technical mistakes. So he's one person to look at. There aren't a lot of how to do it manuals in general. Social strength. There are some lists on the internet like seating like if you get your molecule wrong, something terrible will happen. But if you get your molecule wrong, something terrible won't happen. So you have to be more careful and more responsible because these things actually work. The way I think of the categories of these psychedelics, people have done different maps. But the way I think about it is like a bullseye, like a target, and in the center is DMT. And I'm on record, I guess, as saying you can get more loaded than that. I don't want to know about it. However, now we never say never. So DMT at the center of the bullseye, then around that, next circle out, high dose psilocybin, 8 grams and up. Then around that, high dose LSD, mescaline, it gets fades out, and dose is very important. In other words, there are people like psychedelic drugs, 100 gamma of LSD is nothing like 500 gamma. 500 gamma is gamma, and yet it's certainly putting psychology but the argument is a lot of people take mushrooms at very low doses, half a gram, 1 gram, 2 grams. For them, they think that's getting spectacular. For a 145-pound person, the action begins at 5 grams and goes up from there. As long as we're on this subject, I suppose that staying current. As some in the last several years, entirely new psychedelics, completely confounding both psychedelic enthusiasts, order freaks, the law, the chemists, everything. I'm speaking Southeast actually people out of the South. If you are a soul of such rectitude that you can put on doing psychedelics because they're illegal, this is the one for you. It's not illegal. It's legal. It's as legal as little green apples. As long as everyone, well, I don't know. Whether it may even just be legal. In other words, to suppress this would, at this point in the dialogue, would cost the other side a lot of effort and credibility and probably fame. Almost everything about self-esteem. First of all, it's not an alcohol. All other psychedelics, true psychedelics, are alcohol. Single exception of mescaline. Mescaline is very close to alcohol. Compound that's active in alcohol, soluble in oil, alpha-cyanuronic, is a diterpene, not an alcohol. The only psychoactive diterpene ever discovered. That's one thing. Another thing unusual about it is it's active under 1 milligram. Now that means that approximately 800 micrograms is the effective dose. This is similar in the LSD range, except LSD becomes orbital. This is smoking. You talk about smoking 800 I have not had the guts to smoke the pure compound, having watched people melt and twitch fairly dramatically. DMT test pilots come back action, quite knuckle. I chew the stuff. I chew 35 grams of it in darkness and then spit it out when I feel it come on. It's absolutely remarkable how powerful it is when you're lying there thinking, this can't be me. This actually works, yeah.
Actually, events are actually synthesized. I was just thinking of that as far as implications because we're going to come to events are it's difficult to kind of nail this,
I don't know if it's been synthesized. It's been extracted. I think that it's a very interesting situation for our community. This stuff is not, if we wanted to remain we should not provide horrific examples of its abuse. Now, it seems like in that effort, it's doing its part to aid us. People are appalled by this stuff. People who style themselves hardcore after one pass in the ministry say, yeah, it did dissolve reality, yes, it did blow my mind, but they don't come out of it clawing to do anything. But I don't say a psychedelic has to be pleasant to do its work, but it's all about and conditions.
when you're using the definition of an abuse,
Well, there's just a certain clarity in vision that to get that, for instance, ketamine isn't a psychedelic. It's a something. It messes with your mind for sure, and it certainly dissolves boundaries and on and on and on. But it includes in some way. It is, after all, man's thing. Its purpose is to knock around the higher consciousness lies in the direction of that but the thought is ignored, and it's used shamanically in Mexico, plants and transport. I think it would be a fine it's very interesting. It's so late. It's something. An entire compound, an entire thing. And of course, now that it's been found, we're going into its mechanical sources with extremely subtle, non-destructive analytical methods like high-pressure liquid gas chromatography. And lo and behold, there's an entire a little solar system of these diterpene compounds that are psychoactive. Well, what are these? Are these the drugs of addiction and abuse of addiction, or are they the source of new tranquilizers and new treatments for mental illness? No specific. So, if your particular career is in pharmacology or medical research, this is very hot at the moment. And if we needed to produce metric tons of this material for any purpose,
Your perspective on the importance of self
setting is where you are when you do it. A psychedelic, and the set is your mindset, what you bring to it. And these seem to be the rules. These are 10 rules of that from the Harvard days. And the people abuse these rules terribly and almost always then get affected. This goes under the heading of don't be an idiot. Don't be foolish. Let's talk about the setting first of all. I think the worst setting for taking drugs is complex social environments, especially public social environments. So in spite of the grand tradition to the contrary, I think rock concerts, heavy driving. I've had people ask me about mushrooms or even DMT. Well, if I take it, will I be able to drive? Well, what kind of wit are you? Just give it a rest for crying out loud. No, smoke DMT for those 10 minutes. Just leave your Ferrari parked.
So there you can you have to catch perceptual space.
I think you really have to know yourself and your dose level. I mean, I've experimented over the years because I've been at it. How long? For the 25 years. There were times when I would just see what it would do. I would take half a gram of mushrooms a day. And or 1 mushroom, 1 gram of mushrooms a day. I hated those. I quickly abandoned all of these experiments because all I could do with those kinds of doses was it made me anxious. It made me think a lot about the fact that I wasn't really high, that it was rougher than coffee, and just was kind of crazy. And so I believe in large doses rarely. That's what's effective. If people want to tiptoe in, if you're a tiptoe-inner, back to the ashram for you. This is no game for those who wish to tiptoe, because those are dangerous areas, those shallow waters. Most psychedelic people, I think, would agree. Well, it's not the high dose that blasts your world to smithereens that these people upset and confused. That's usually experienced as a kind of liberation. But these people upset their world to get happy and tap out and not be able to make contact with transcendent, but to have all their baggage in there with them, fully eliminated, and then other people come. I find other people very complicated. Other people, it just extends to are the most complicated objects in the universe. And, when I'm stoned on 7 or 8 grams of psilocybin, for me to be able to handle a chunk of orange without getting excited to the point of hysteria is, so let alone having somebody maybe want to have sex with you, or maybe want to discuss their bad trip with you, or maybe want to move from here down to the beach, or maybe want just say, well, I tend to recommend to do it alone, but I know it's dangerous, and when I was young, it was a long time. I can't really remember when it was that I settled into that. Because at first, when we encountered LSD, we would never have done it alone. And it was always your friends, the party, the band, the something or other. But I just had too many LSD trips like that where I came down holding my hand saying, I've been fucked with basically because I let the next person may say, oh boy, I shouldn't be out in public. This is way, 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 way over. And the other thing is, and I don't understand this, but any psychedelic boy tell me this is true, synchronicity goes back on this thing. So you can maybe control synchronicity if you double locked your doors, unplugged your telephone, and got your head down under the covers. It's still pretty hard to manage. But, if you go out, it's hard. Bank robberies will be committed in front of you. Your grandmother, who lives in Hong Kong, will choose to visit unannounced that day. And endless, until finally you just, so my approach, and on the guide question, I think that, you're really confident you shouldn't do it alone. But the guide should be so locked down and controlled that my idea of how to do a guide is, okay, I'm going to take 6 grams of mushrooms. I will be in this room. Here is a closed door. You be on the other side of this closed door. And if I ring this bell 3 times, you may open the door a crack and say, what? That's the guide. The idea, I've heard people say, I took mushrooms and I was just beginning to work it out, and then the guide said, well, now remember, you wanted to work on some issues while you were loaded. Now, what about your impending gun surgery, divorce, bankruptcy? And he was saying, I was touching God. Do you mind? So, yes, Captain.
There's another thing check it out with trust and their integrity, but practically sometimes you're not emotionally involved with it. It's coming out wrong and it distorts it.
That's an interesting perspective.
Yeah. And now there is another approach. People who think, having marital difficulties, everybody should drop acid and call in the kids but I don't see it as I see it as an holy function. Not if psychotherapy or MDMA we have other tools for doing it. But these psychedelics, it's like using some enormous instrumentality for some trivial thing. Well, it's a pleasure to be in Southern California and Claremont addressing the Jung Society. Before we get into the main body of all this, I will personally introduce myself. Some of you may not know me. I started out my academic career as an art historian with a major in Asian languages, and that took me to Asia and sort of disillusioned me with traditional spiritual approaches in the Asian style. And I reconnected then with my childhood love of nature and pretty much abandoned humanities and went into the sciences. But by then it was too late to become a real scientist, and I was too tainted by my time again among the poets and the artists. So I had to become a very soft, hard scientist. So I got a degree in conservation of natural resources, about as soft a science as you'll ever hope to touch. And I did a lot of traveling around looking for a viable, vibrant, numinous approach to spiritual reality. And the only place I found it was in the Amazon basin, where, as you know, there are extremely archaic groups of people who never submitted themselves to the historical process the way the peoples of the Middle East and Europe did. And there flourishes through the use of chemically complex plants, techniques and traditions for accessing a world invisible to the rest of the world forces and information that is transhuman, supernatural, if the word means anything. But this supernatural dimension is anchored in the plants that live in our world. And my brother was a botanist, and I had botanical training. As we studied the psychoactive plants of the world, especially the New World tropics, where they seem to be concentrated, we were simultaneously exalted by the realization that we had found a doorway, a real doorway into hyperspace, and at the same time tremendously upset and alarmed by the fact that this doorway is in the process of being dismantled by the forces of human ignorance that are not even aware of its existence. So this was the impulse behind the decision on the part of my partner Kat and I that these plants must be saved. They must be preserved in germplasm repositories or botanical gardens or something like that toward a day when they can be studied and the power, the dimensions within them can be given their real weight. So to this end, we founded a botanical garden in Hawaii that is specifically dedicated to preserving plants with a history of shamanic importance. And I mention this because this is the real world political work that we do, and everything else I will say today will be barely anchored in any world familiar to most of us. But there is a political anchoring, there is a place where it all comes tangential to the World Bank and the IMF and the host governments and so forth and so on. It is tremendously important to preserve this shamanic option, if for no other reason than we do not know what it is. We do not know what it is. Well, so at the break, if you come up, the newsletter of our botanical garden is a large stack of beige paper, and there are 300 copies of that. So I hope there's enough for everyone. And we do exist on donations, so any of you are philanthropists, we can certainly tell you how to spend your money. Many plans for your money. Okay. I wasn't kidding about what an honor I think it is to address the Jung Society. At one point in my life, my greatest desire was to become a Jungian analyst. And I had the good fortune of coming upon Jung very young. I was about 15 when a very precocious friend of mine brought Psychology and Alchemy, or Harriet Bain's translation, just been brought out. And we were stunned. We read it from cover to cover, and then went on to Mysterium Triuntione, Ion, the studies in the phenomenology of the self. I said to someone yesterday, we read all the books of Jung that the Jungians never read. They seem to stop up there toward the front of the line with the archetypes of the collective unconscious and the personality type. But to my mind, it was the late stuff that was fascinating. And I am slightly puzzled, and we were talking about it last night, at the distance between the Jungian community and the psychedelic community, because they seem to me, the unschooled observer, to be definitely sharing the same concerns, and strangely enough, they share much of the same history and geography. Basel was, of course, Jung's hometown. It was Albert Hoffman's hometown. Did one half of town know what the other half was doing? I'm not sure. The relationship of Jung to the unconscious, to the collective unconscious as its discoverer, has been always somewhat puzzling to me, because, of course, if you know the history of 20th century art, you know that Dada, which was the great prefigurative movement for surrealism, rose in Zurich. So, we've got LSD, the schools of modern art that laid great stress on the irrational, and the great schools of psychology that extended the boundaries of the unconscious, all rattling around in these little Swiss towns. And it's interesting to imagine conversations or meetings that might have taken place when people slightly left their ordinary habits and wandered into bars they didn't know and drank with people they'd never met before. Because Jung provided maps of the unconscious, and at 16, when we were beginning to experiment with this, and let me stress, this was before the great social waves of LSD taking of the 1960s, just preceding that. From about 1963 to 65, we were frantic for maps of the unconscious, and Freud was useless. I mean, the notion that the contents of the psychedelic experience could be reduced to what Freud called day residues and repressed sexual desire, stuff like that, didn't wash. Within 10 minutes, you could tell that was not a serviceable metaphor. Jung, on the other hand, offered a vast pantheon of gods and archetypes and psychic complexes forgotten or abandoned. I mean, I thought of Jung basically as what I call a noetic archaeologist, someone who goes with toothbrush and nutpick to dig away the detritus from the bones of vanished idea systems. And if any of you have ever read the works of Jung in the Bollingen set, you know that the richness of it is all in the footnotes. I mean, here was a man who raised the footnote to a high art, and who was aware of a literature that nobody else, to my mind, seemed to know about. That Jung's references reach 1,000 years deep into the past with great density of reference. I mean, this is where I learned about Macrobius and Dositheus and Dionysius, the pseudo-Areopagus, and all those folks that you just never hear about. It was my introduction to the underbelly of Western civilization was through Jung. Well, to my mind, and now I'll theme this into today's theme, I think Maria mentioned that Jung did not have a lot to say about shamanism. He came to it late in his life, and he had already worked through the exegesis of the symbol systems of the European mind. And so he was sort of content to indicate shamanism as an area where more work was to be done. And then the great follow-on scholar was Merciliade, who then actually studied shamanism, showed what its archetypal underpinnings were in all times and places. And the combination of Jung and Iliad, I think, pretty much delivered us as firm a map of the psyche, as dependable a map of the psychic geography as we can expect to have until we make the trip ourselves and readjust the landscape with our own notes and observations. For Jung, the great path into the unconscious was alchemy. And alchemy is an interesting pivotal domain, because I think we could, in a way, say it lies halfway between the concerns of an archaic shamanism and halfway between the concerns of a quasi-scientific psychedelic attempt to explore consciousness. Merciliade wrote a brilliant book on alchemy called The Forge and the Crucible, which is the bridge to show you how you go from Jungian psychology into an understanding of alchemy that approximates Iliad. The notion for the alchemist that Jung brought forth very strongly was the idea of projection of psychic contents, projection of the active imagination onto processes and objects in the exterior world. In the case of the alchemist, it was the swirling chemical processes in their alembics, in their alchemical vessels, that they projected the great round of the archetype on to these chemical processes. They saw crystallization, sublimation, separation as statements about the contents of the psyche, as much as statements about the exterior world, because for them, the firm division between mind and matter, the firm ontological division between mind and matter that is built into Western thinking now, did not exist. That comes with René Descartes, with the invention of what's called the res extensa, the extended world, and the res verum, the interior world, which has no spatial extension. So for the alchemist, mind and matter were two terms whose mutual exclusivity could be blurred under certain circumstances, and the terms of one could migrate toward the other. Well, now we as moderns ordinarily only experience this state when we are intoxicated by hallucinogenic drugs, or when we are in a state of severe psychic weakness, when there is then overwhelmment from the unconscious that is not with the permission of the ego, as happens in the psychedelic experience. Well, all of these various ways of approaching the psyche seem fairly abstract and bloodless and removed from daily existence, unless the psychedelic experience is present. And then it vivifies these metaphors. It makes clear what these various perennial traditions are talking about. So what I thought I would try to do today, and you're welcome